Hello, towel friends. Okay, stream 2 is now live. All right, so Jesse, here's what we got going on. If you want to join over on the new feed, that's fine. But if you're just tuning in, this is a continuation of the stream that was going on earlier. This is actually the best way for us to start this new stream, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. Breaking news. The father-in-law of juror number 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Read retrial submitted a 1990 patent application that went on to become Raytheon's Boomerang Warrior X system, alongside a man from Saudi Arabia who used a fake name and who has been in Saudi Arabia ever since after spending time at Sheridan State College in Nebraska in the 1980s. The juror's father-in-law, Ahmed Al-Hadi Yassin Sergalin, submitted the application alongside a man listed as Mustafa F. Ahmad on all former patent documents, roughly 30 years before Sergalin was arrested in 2019 by federal agents for stealing classified U.S. missile defense documents and possession of child sexual abuse images. Read that patent here. However, the man's real name is Mustafa Faisal Ahmad. Mustafa is a professor at King Faisal University in Saudi Arabia. Per his bio, Mustafa is the founder and CEO of Ascend eVentures, a full-service digital solutions agency that focuses on e-commerce, startups, and all things digital. Mustafa is also the co-founder and CTO of SaleTab.com, Saudi Arabia's first e-commerce platform. He sold his first internet company, an online contact lens store, in 1997 and exited out of his second online business, iNet Impact e-commerce solutions company in Sydney, Australia, in 2000. Read that bio here. Interestingly, in Sergalin's federal sentencing memo, prosecutors with the U.S. DOJ told the federal judge that Sergalin was suspected of spying for Egypt. Then, despite a 70-month sentencing recommendation and a bail violation on the eve of court-imposing sentence, for some reason that federal judge imposed an 18-month federal prison term that Sergalin was allowed to serve concurrent to an 18-month term for pleading guilty to the state court child abuse material charge, a result that also forced Sergalin to register as a sex offender for life. Read that sentencing memo here. Read more about that bail violation related to breaking a no-contact order in the CSAM case here. Read more about that state CSAM charge here. Read more about Sergalin's theft of classified U.S. missile defense systems at the following link. According to federal prosecutors in the Sergalin case, the technology largely concerned ballistic missile defense systems. Specifically, the radar used to detect missiles that are aimed at our soldiers, our ships, our buildings, and our citizens, and to guide our own systems in time of need. Some of the technology was cutting edge, as it involved radar systems that were in the process of being implemented while defendant was committing his crimes. Some of those systems have not been fully implemented yet. If the federal government is aware of Sergalin submitting a false patent application connected to a man in Saudi Arabia who may well be in the orbit of the Saudi state remains unclear. However, the patent in question, initially submitted as patent 4952931 in 1990 under the cover of a device to detect emergency sirens in domestic traffic, was recently deployed in the field to detect incoming arms fire, and it is very possible Saudi and Egyptian intelligence may have ran a deep cover operation for over 40 years in order to compromise that technology. Juror 11, in a written statement to me earlier on Wednesday, confirmed the man in question is her father-in-law, but noted she does not speak to the man currently. He is a registered sex offender, and noted that she answered questions on the jury questionnaires with honesty and clarity. Those questions involve whether the juror, a family member or household member, had any contact with the criminal or civil justice system. See one of those forms here. CC State Department, CIA, FBI, RTX News. So, folks, I got to switch over to the other stream. If you're still on YouTube stream 1, okay, if you're still on YouTube stream 1, that stream is now going to end. It did run. It was sent. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to say is, let me just tell you, we are going to move over to the other stream, okay? We're going to move over to the other stream. So, I'm going to end the first YouTube stream. If you don't panic. You just head over to the other one, all right? The other stream is the same as this stream. In fact, it's already going. That's the coolest thing. We got double towel already. All right, so I'm going to end this stream. We will see you on the next one, so don't panic. Don't panic. Hold. Okay, that stream has ended. Now, towel friends, we're gathering. We're back. We're here. You just tuned in and got the summary. Now listen, we're going to watch a documentary on Saudi Arabia right now because I want to. This post is going to go absolutely wild. I'm telling you, this is going to become a very, very intense situation very quickly. So what we're going to do is I want to watch this documentary because I'm so happy Harvard Yard sent this to me. A lot of people have been saying to me, but Grant, like, I thought Saudi Arabia was like our friend. Like, no. And they were not our friend in the 1980s, 90s, or 2000s. I don't believe that they are actually our friend now. They have a very different geostrategic interest than the United States. I think they're interested in leveraging our relationship with them for their own ends, but they definitely are more close to, they want Arab unity, even though they aren't necessarily, they have a pretty dominant hold in the region, but they want Arab unity. So they just want to create like a pan-Arab bloc that ties in with the Russians and the Chinese and whatever, and overthrow the American influence over the world order. That's what they're really aiming to do. And we need to look at the geostrategic interests of Saudi Arabia, because if you don't understand what that post was about, basically Saudi Arabia and Egyptian intelligence may have not only compromised our missile defense, like personal missile defense or arms defense for our soldiers. The way they did it was they got two agents in there, in my opinion, to write the patent. Then the patent took like 40 years to go through the process to get deployed in the field. It literally just went in the field. Only by the grace of God do we find this today, because now this device in the field, if it had just been out there, if we actually went to war with a state that had access to the patent information in a way that could compromise the technology, then they would fire on our soldiers and we would think it was going to protect them, and it wouldn't. That's what's going on. Hi, Jack D65. I know I can't keep not doing streams. I'm so glad we were able to go live. There's this guy, he just doesn't go live very often, and they call him Towel. I don't know why, but I'm back. I don't know. I think I took it felt like 60 seconds off there. That was a lot. And it means a lot to me that you're here with me. And what I have to do, though, is transition your Towel comments over to the other Towel comment feed. Okay? So give me a second to do that. I will not give up on you. I am a Towel. I'm actually not going anywhere. I just have to actually switch the feed that I'm watching in order to switch your Towel comments. So give me a second. But overall, did you like the story I wrote? I think it's important. We need to actually have some people who know what they're really, really analyzing talk about it, because this is serious. But part of writing a news story is you don't necessarily, I'm not the analyst. I'm a part of the analyst. But I put the material out there. People need to figure out what's going on. People need to analyze it. I think the implications are huge. It's huge. It's that device shouldn't be in the field. Like, that alone is huge. It has momentous implications. If you are just tuning in, take a look at social media. Get ready. Oh, hi, Eva. Yeah, well, Eva, I talked to some people. Towel's got friends, little Towel. Towel's got his guardian angels out there. Excuse me, what, just me? He's not on the sex offender list? Bruh. Can someone check the SORB? Make sure I'll double check it too. I don't really want to go on the SORB, but just knowing how many people are on that list, it's horrifying. Can we please confirm this man is not on the list? Do you know how horrifying that would be if this man is not on the sex offender list? Yeah, it's there, Jack D65, top of the feed. I'll give you a link. One sec, my dear friend. All right, folks, we need to find out if this is true, and I fully believe it. If this name is not on that sex offender list, something is really wrong. Something like, what do you mean it's not on the sex offender list? How's that even legal? I'm serious. How's that legal? No, I don't think he moved. He's old, and he's dying, and he's in mass. I heard that he might, if he died, then he wouldn't be on the sex offender list, but I also heard he might still be alive. And the juror said, like, she doesn't talk to him. She didn't tell me he was dead. I got the vibe the juror didn't like him. That's when I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe she's cool. I don't mean cool with me. I mean, like, are you cool with the government? Like, are you cool with the United States? If you're cool with the government, you're cool with me. All right. So what we're looking at here, folks, is a potentially serious situation. We're going to watch a great documentary. We're going to do a watch along. The reason why is I've had a lot of people saying in the comments, like, that they don't understand Saudi Arabia's role in all this. Now, I don't want to just watch that interview again, Harvard Yard. I loved the interview. But hold on one second. But what I do want to do is I want to... I don't know where. By the way, tell friends you want to do some of this research with me. I am totally happy to have you along for the ride. So there's been a question raised about whether this man was or is now registered on the sex offender registry list. We don't know if he's dead. The juror didn't tell me he's dead. I mean, Paula was pretty forthright. She basically said, like, I don't speak to that dude. And I was like, good for you. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't say that to her, but I was basically like, good for you. So, I don't know. I'm worried he wasn't registered. I'm a little worried. But if he's dead, then he's not going to be there. But yes, there's a lot going on. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to watch this story as it develops live. Could be one of the bigger stories I've ever broken. We need to see who retweets it. Listen, if people who like were in the government or around the government start getting involved with this or like talking about it, it's very real. It's more real than I could have ever imagined. I'll get you his full name. He has multiple aliases. Let me just bring up the indictment from the Fed so you can see his aliases, okay? Just give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I'm a little towel. I got all the documents. Because I'm a little towel. All right. Here you go, little towels. This is the document we want. This is the federal sentencing memo. There is his names with his, those are his two identities. Ahmed Lahadi Yassin Sergalin or Ahmed Sergalin. So you can see it right there. Last name Serageldin. Middle name Yassin, Yassin. First name Ahmed Lahadi, Ahmeddelhadi. Ahmed Lahadi Yassin Sergaladin. Sergaladin. Serageldin. Unless he's dead, Ruth. We're thinking he might be dead. But Paula didn't tell me he was dead. Paula was like, I don't speak to that dude. And I feel like he was dead. She would have been like, he's dead. She wasn't like forthright, but she was pretty, like the vibe she gave was she wouldn't care if he was dead, but she didn't tell me he was dead. You know what I'm saying? So... But yeah, it is a little bit weird. It is a little bit weird if he's not, unless he's dead, which he could be dead. But unless he's dead, he should be on the sex offender registry list. There's no doubt about that. Grant, something to consider along with what you are deep into regarding fraud and her convictions to serious criminal and her family. Judgment notwithstanding the verdict. More to follow. All right, Bill H., you let me know. Grant, something to consider along with what you're deep into regarding fraud and her connections to serious criminals. Oh, yeah. Well, you think JNOV by Canoni? Do you motion for that? Or is it sua sponte? Is it too late? Absolutely, Eva. I'll do my best, and hopefully we'll get to see each other, friend. And take a look on X. You'll see the post. and you get some rest. It's gonna be late night with Towel. Don't worry. Towel's gonna hang out. And actually, I talked to my friend earlier, and I said, I think I'm just gonna stay live for a little bit tonight. Talk about this story, watch a documentary about Saudi Arabia and their influence. We're not gonna watch the same interview because I want more of a documentary. I loved that interview though. Very smart. Victim of a family member of a victim of 9/11. I'd love to interview her, but I want to watch a comprehensive documentary that really shows the ties between Saudi intelligence and the 9/11 folks, because I think folks need to understand how serious it is that Saudi intelligence might have access to our sensitive military information. It's very bad. But yes, hello, Leafy. It's been a night. There's breaking news. If you're just tuning in, I'll read it for you one more time. Breaking news after 8 p.m. Eastern today on, Wednesday, 6/25, 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you right now up on Towel Stream. It will take me a second to get the document up and running for you, but I'm working on it. Little towels. All right, so there you go. Take a look. My dear Towel friends, here's the story. It's already making its rounds. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. I'm going to zoom in for you. I'm going to make the text a little larger. Hold on. Breaking news. Breaking news on Towel Stream, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news on Towel Stream. Somebody said this is Pulitzer Prize. Hold on. Work here. Oh, I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel. Sure. And so here is my towel. Yes, the only serious journalist who thinks he's a towel. One time I got in a debate with Turtle Boy on Law and Crime, and when the Law and Crime people wrote it up, Anjanette Levy was the host, which was awesome. But when the Law and Crime people wrote it up, they were like, Turtle Boy and Towel had a debate. Towel declared victory. You might be right. But can we also check historical records? All right, here's the review, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're going to watch a documentary about Saudi Arabia's pernicious influence in U.S. foreign policy. Breaking news. The father-in-law of Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial submitted a 1990 patent application that went on to become Raytheon's Boomerang Warrior X system alongside a man from Saudi Arabia who used a fake name and who has been in Saudi Arabia ever since after spending time at Sheridan State College in Nebraska in the 1980s. The juror's father-in-law, Ahmadillahadi Yassin Sergaline, submitted the application alongside a man listed as Mustafa F. Ahmad. And remember, this was 1988. If you were going to fool the government, all you had to do was change some letters in your name. It wouldn't have been that hard. There was only paper records. Basically, the internet was 10 years old. It was like the intranet. The juror's father-in-law, Ahmadillahadi Yassin Sergaline, submitted the application alongside a man listed as Mustafa F. Ahmed on all formal patent documents, roughly 30 years before Sergaline was arrested in 2019 by federal agents for stealing classified U.S. missile defense documents and possession of child sexual abuse images. Read that patent here. However, the man's real name is Mustafa Faisal Ahmad. Notice the change, ladies and gentlemen? All he did was change the U to an O, and his middle name from, it was actually E. Ahmad. He put, so I did make one error, because he actually put Mustafa E. Ahmad. But, okay. The man's real name is Mustafa Faisal Ahmad. Mustafa is a professor at King Faisal University in Saudi Arabia. Per his bio, Mustafa is the founder and CEO. Oh, damn it. That pissed me off. One small error. Because it's actually, he listed his name as Mustafa E. Fayyad, which makes it even more obvious that it was manipulated. But I can't remove it now. I'm going to issue a correction. Well, it's not really a correction. Correction. Small correction. The false name on the patent application was actually Mohammed Mustafa E. Muhammad Ahmed, which is as opposed to the man's real name, which is, hold on. Mustafa Faisal Ahmad. This means the man changed one letter in his first name and his middle initial on the patent application. For some reason. That actually makes it more suspicious. Obviously, I knew that ahead of time. But it does make it way more suspicious. But I think that correction helps. So just to be clear, the name on the patent application was Mustafa E. Hamad, as opposed to his real name, which is Mustafa Faisal Hamad, which makes it even more suspicious. A little frustrated in myself for getting that detail wrong, but it's so frustrating too, because it's so much more problematic that it's not just one letter that he got wrong. And I'm not deleting it. I'm leaving it as a correction because it's the middle initial and one letter in his first name that he falsified. I'm a towel too. Well, I'm not going to send it to anyone. Yeah, no, this has nothing to do. It's only tangential to the Karen Reed story. The real story is low artworks too. The real story is the compromising the missile defense application. Still upset at myself for getting that initial wrong. I'm not really sure. Interesting. I've never heard of it in this I'm sure it exists, but and I know that it wasn't for some reason that the man changed one change those names. It was because it was not for some reason. It was because he was trying to hide who he really was. Still pissed at myself that I missed that, though. I'm a little too hard on myself sometimes, though. I feel like the correction is sufficient. I could edit it now, but then it changes the whole post. And I don't want to resubmit it. I may have to. Nope, I have no choice. I'm deleting it. Nope, I'm redoing it. It's not good enough. I'm sorry, it's not good enough. It's good, but it's not good enough for my standards. I'm sorry, I have to redo it. Sorry about that. I'm not editing it. I have to delete it. I have no choice. I hate to do it. I absolutely hate to do it, but I'm doing it. And to delete it, I actually have to delete this as well. No, I have no choice. I have no choice. I can't. I have to do it again. I'm sorry. I'm too hard on myself, but it's too important. No, Paisley Park, I didn't. I cannot. I'm sorry. I haven't checked any messages today. I'll try to check them right now, but I have to republish this story unless it's related to this story, Paisley Park. If it's not related to this story, but I can still check, just not right now, because I literally had to update the biggest story of my career because I'm a fucking moron. Sorry for cussing. Sorry if you already reposted that or something. It was I made a judgment call that it was too important for me to get that. I can't get that detail wrong, and I had to repost it. So, and I'd rather repost it now than after it gets like 100,000 views. I'd rather delete it now with 1,000 views than delete it with 100,000. And that's the kind of real-time call you have to make. I had to do it. So I'm going to repost it. I feel I have no option. It was in the best interest of my country to be right, to be exact, and now I am perfect. Let me just double check. All right, let me bring this over here. Now let me make sure it says E. It does. All right, now I'm going to break it again. And it was so weird to me to see people, like there were some Karen Reed people on that chain being like, it doesn't matter if like this, the missile defense technology was compromised 40 years ago and is just like a latent weapon of like insidious weapon waiting to target us. Who cares? What? What do you mean who cares? I care very deeply. All right, I have to run it again. It pisses me off, but I have to. All right, you're going to be here for the second time that I posted it. Hold on, I'll show it on the screen. Here we go. There you go, little towels. I'm about to hit the button again. Hold on, does it have to do with this? Oh, okay. No, but I am, because you can't, when the biggest part of the story is that he changed his middle initial and one initial in his first, one letter in his first name, I can't be wrong like that. Like, that's actually embarrassing. It's an insult to my standards. It's an insult to the profession that I work in, so I have to be better. And I will. And I just corrected it. Let me just make sure this is the right version. Hold on. I want to make sure this is the absolute most updated version. I'm very, very compulsive. But that's why I'm a perfectionist. Like, that's why I am who I am. I'd rather make that call live than deal with it. In the sense, I'd rather make that call then. All right, there you go. It's up. So now you can find the republished story on my Twitter. I felt like because I haven't actually sent it to my people yet. So there you go. It's back up. Let me get this documentary for you all. I apologize that took me so long, but I really am. Like, it matters so much to me. Like, I have to get it right. And that initial being E instead of F is what shows that they were manipulating the U.S. intelligence. They was fraudulent. They were hiding who he really was. So I had to republish. So I'm sorry. I know a lot of you helped me with that. That was the one I'm the editor. I should have known better, and I didn't. So I did my absolute best, though, and now I'm going to send this around. And we're going to watch a documentary about, now that it's published, we're going to watch the documentary. Hold on. Boomerang. Warrior X. Sorry, Tao friends. Tao's on the horn now. Now that I am 100% comfortable, I'm on the horn. All right. What documentary are we watching? Hello, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. If you're just tuning in, there is a very big deal going on. And I don't think it doesn't have to do with the Karen Read trial. And if you watch me draft that article, you know I was basically like, my read of it is that Paula was like, screw that guy. I don't think I realize we have a lot of questions about Paula and her involvement. And it's relevant to the case. There's lots going on. It is relevant to the case. It's relevant to the case, okay? But we are so LS, would you like to finish the documentary from where we picked up the interview? Were you enjoying that? If so, we'll do that. I'd like to do that because I don't want to have you miss it. But then yes, there's another documentary about Saudi after that we have to watch because listen, there's something serious going on here. And I think we all have to kind of understand that my concern here, it's about the Read trial, but this quickly steamrolled, like way beyond. It wasn't just the Egyptian spy for the father-in-law and the child sexual abuse material, which was all very concerning, or the 18-month plea deal that didn't really make sense, a departure from 70 months that the federal court requested. I mean, there is something just off. There's something just off. And I can't quite figure out what exactly happened. And the reason why I want to watch the Saudi Arabia situation is that Saudi Arabia is hostile to us. They have been hostile to us for a while, and oh, don't worry about it, LS. And they've been hostile to us for a while. If you're just tuning in, the breaking news this hour is that the father-in-law from Juror 11, breaking news, the father-in-law of Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Read retrial submitted a 1990 patent application that went on to become Raytheon's Boomerang Warrior X system, alongside a man from Saudi Arabia who used a fake name, and who has been in Saudi Arabia ever since after spending time at Sheridan State College in Nebraska in the 1980s. The juror's father-in-law, Ahmed Lahadi Yassin Sergalin, submitted the application alongside a man listed as Mustafa E. Ahmed on all formal patent documents, roughly 30 years before Sergalin was arrested in 2019 by federal agents for stealing classified U.S. missile defense documents and possession of child sexual abuse images. Read that patent here. However, the man's real name is Mustafa Faisal Ahmed. Thus, the man changed the letter in his first name and his middle initial on the fraudulent patent application. Mustafa is a professor at King Faisal University in Saudi Arabia. Per his bio, Mustafa is the founder and CEO of Ascendi Ventures, a full-service digital solutions agency that focuses on e-commerce, startups, and all things digital. Mustafa is also the co-founder and CTO of SaleTab.com, Saudi Arabia's first e-commerce platform. He sold his first internet company, an online contract lens store, in 1997, LensExpress.com, and exited out of his second online business, iNet Impact, e-commerce solutions company in Sydney, Australia, in 2000. Interestingly, in Sergalin's federal sentencing memo, prosecutors with the U.S. DOJ told a federal judge that Sergalin was suspected of spying for Egypt. Then, despite a 70-month sentencing recommendation and a bail violation on the eve of the court imposing sentence, for some reason that federal judge imposed an 18-month federal prison term that Sergalin was allowed to serve concurrent to an 18-month term for pleading guilty to the state court child sexual abuse material charge, a result that also forced Sergalin to register as a sex offender for life. Read that sentencing memo here. Read more about that bail violation relating to breaking a no-contact order in the CSAM case here. Read more about that state CSAM charge here. Read more about Sergalin's theft of classified U.S. missile defense systems at the following link. According to federal prosecutors in the Sergalin case, the technology largely concerned ballistic missile defense systems, specifically the radar used to detect missiles that are aimed at our soldiers, our ships, our buildings, and our citizens, and to guide our own systems in times of need. Some of the technology was cutting edge, as it involved involved radar systems that were in the process of being implemented while defendant was committing his crimes. Some of those systems have not yet been fully implemented. If the federal government is aware of Sergeline submitting a false patent application connected to a man in Saudi Arabia who may well be in the orbit of the Saudi state remains unclear. However, the patent in question, initially submitted as patent number 4952931 in 1990 under the cover of a device to detect emergency sirens in domestic traffic, was recently deployed in the field to detect incoming arms fire, and it is very possible Saudi and Egyptian intelligence may have ran a deep cover operation for over 40 years in order to compromise that technology. Juror 11, in a written statement to me earlier on Wednesday, confirmed the man in question is her father-in-law, but noted she does not speak to the man currently. He is a registered sex offender, and noted that she answered questions on jury questionnaires with honesty and clarity. Those questions involve whether the juror, a family member or household member, had any contact with the criminal or civil justice system. See one of those forms here. CC, State Department, CIA, FBI, RTX News, which is Raytheon. Yeah, it's crazy. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Hi, Harvard Yard. Okay, so Harvard Yard, you actually did, you already helped more than you can even imagine. You provided the documentary. What I want to do is I want to watch a documentary about Saudi Arabia and 9/11. The reason why is I don't think people understand how serious this is. These are our enemies. Or Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, these countries are not friendly to the U.S. They may pretend like they are, but they are not friendly to the U.S. So we're going to take a look at this at a documentary about Saudi Arabia and 9/11. We're not going to watch the same one that we just watched, unless I think it's a little bit different. We're actually going to watch a lecture. I liked that last interview we watched, but it didn't have. It was a lot of advocacy, which is great, but we need the fact. And there were a lot of facts in that interview, by the way, about who was paying who and where in the U.S. But we're going to watch an academic lecture. One, because I like this lecture, and then two, I think this lecture has a lot of the details the interview was talking about, and then the interview will make more sense. So get ready. These people are our enemies. They clearly compromised our patents, the underlying patents to our technology, so that we would deploy it in the field, and then they'd have the insights as to how to undermine the technology. You see what I mean? If you create the patent and it gets deployed, you were the one who built the freaking patent. You know the weaknesses. You tell the Saudi or the Egyptians. They tell the people who want to attack the Americans. You compromise the missile technology. It's war. It's war. It's war. That's how war works. So we're going to watch this documentary. I think it's actually a lecture. I want to learn about why the U.S. government had an interest in covering up what Saudi was doing.
I'm Daniel Benjamin. I'm the director of the Dickey Center, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this event.
Bella Marie, I need to give you the Twitter link because I don't want to we just did the read. There is breaking news, Bella Marie. It involves America. It is very serious. It is the culmination of everything we worked on this stream over the past few days. You're going to want to click that Twitter link. Marie Sweeney, take a look at the Twitter link, and I think, and I'll show you if you really want, but the connection to the Reed case. I know a lot of you are saying, listen, I'm very concerned about Saudi Arabia. I want to figure out more. Let's watch the lecture. But the Twitter link in particular will show you that there is this form that the juror had to fill out, Juror 11. I believe this is the form, not the jury questionnaire in court. This is the form you get when you bring it to court initially when you're selected for jury service. And listen, I'll zoom in for you. But if you're tuning in and saying, okay, so I get the Saudi Arabia thing, well, I need to learn more. But I get that this country, Saudi Arabia and potentially Egypt, compromised the underlying patents that were deployed as the basis for some of our high-level military defense technology in the field right now through Raytheon. But what does this have to do with the Reed case? Well, we don't know necessarily, but one of the questions asked on the Reed case, by the way, is the citizenship question, although the juror said she is a dual citizen. What's more interesting, though, is have you or anyone in your household or family ever had any of the following experiences with the law? Been arrested, been sued, served with a court order, sought a court order, filed a lawsuit, charged with a crime, convicted of a crime, been a witness in a civil criminal case, crime victim, seated on a jury. So, do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not... That led to the questions about the father-in-law being arrested in 2019 for stealing our domestic U.S. missile secrets and then possessing child sexual abuse material. Then, for some reason, the father-in-law gets a sweetheart 18-month deal despite a 70-month federal sentencing recommendation. The prosecutors want 70 months, but he gets 18 months, and he's allowed to serve the state charge, which he pleads guilty to, the child sexual abuse material charge. He pleads guilty to that and 3 other felonies. He does 18 months somehow concurrent for stealing our missile defense secrets and for the child sexual abuse, this guy, or the juror's father-in-law. So that's thing one. Then we find out, looking back, in 1988 or whatever, 1990, this guy submitted a patent application, okay? He submitted a patent application with another man, all right? Now, this patent application was fake. It looks like it's a patent application. Let me make sure what you were actually seeing. Oh, you weren't seeing what I was bringing up. Hold on. Let me bring this up on the screen. Sorry, I was looking at the form, but you weren't seeing it. So hold on. Take a look at this. Okay, so do you see those questions there? That's the juror form. That's the juror form. We were just talking about that, okay? This is, and I'll zoom in even more for you. This is the juror form. Do you see the citizenship question? She did say she's a dual citizen. But just look at this, okay? Do you see this part of the form? Your experience with the law that I just read out? That is on the form you initially bring into court when you get asked to be a juror. But more importantly, let's look, okay? Let's look at this patent application. The 18-month thing is wild enough. Probably he did some kind of wheeling and dealing. But let's look at the patent application, okay? The patent application, this is even more concerning because if we go get the patent, all right? Look at this patent, all right? I'm going to bring it up on your screen right here. Do you see how in the top left of the patent, the guy's name, there's the father-in-law's name, okay? And then there's this other guy's name right below it, Mostafa E. Ahmad, okay? Now, it's very clear, like you don't spell around, that is a fake name. That is not the dude's real name, okay? It's Mustafa F. Ahmad. So this guy's Egyptian intelligence up here. This guy's definitely Saudi intelligence. And what are they submitting? Well, they're submitting this patent that they say is for a signal adaptive processor for detecting and identifying specific sound signals that are emitted by relatively moving or at rest sources in noisy environments. Now, it says the system can provide an early warning system to alert vehicle operators of the presence of emergency vehicles which emit audio warning signals to indicate the type of vehicles and the direction from which it is coming. However, and then you look through this patent. This is fake. This whole thing is fake. It's not at all. It was never designed to put in a civilian car so that they could detect fire engines, ambulances, and police. This is fucking fake. Okay, when you actually go down here and look at the device, they have to do like a real patent, but I think that like the National Security Agency or somebody, the DOD lets them fake it. This whole 14-page patent document about like detecting like driver's state of awareness and traffic habits and why this could be used to like detect sirens and whatever. No, that's fake. It is not about that. It is instead about a piece of technology, and I'm going to show you it right here. This was actually about the Boomerang Warrior X. Okay, it's called the Boomerang Warrior X system. All right, now I'm going to show it to you on the screen. It was never for traffic. Okay, it was a fake. The patent being fake is not a big deal because this is how the government does it. But it was a fake patent application in a very dangerous way for another reason. It was actually to lay the foundation for for military technology. Now, that patent became this, basically. Okay? Now, do you see what this is? It is an individualized soldier shooter detection system. And it's a soldier wearable shooter detection system, and it provides immediate indication of hostile fire or sniper attack and localizes the shooter, allowing for a rapid, informed, and coordinated response. So you realize, like, if you built this, if your patent led to this and you compromised the patent 40 years ago, then when this finally got deployed in the field, you can, and I was very gentle about how I reported this, and I talked to people. I was very gentle. I was not about to say exactly what I just said on stream in the text. I didn't need to. And I thought about this a lot. What it's really doing, do you see what I'm saying? If you build that patent, and you're Egyptian and Saudi intelligence, then if you're Saudi or anyone who's hostile to the U.S. and you know what the weaknesses are, or if you intentionally built a flaw into that targeting system, and that's your targeting system, your like defensive last resort, you can F our soldiers up. You can just light them up because their defense, they'll think it's working, and you'll get through every time. Modern war is fought with like missiles and stuff like that. You break the detection system, you win the war. Look at what's going on in Israel and Iran. It's an air war with missiles. So are you all starting to see the implications here? I mean, I don't like the implications. I think it's a little perturbing. But I hope you all see kind of why I'm getting concerned now, you know, and I've been concerned for a while. Give me a second, though, Tal friends. Tal computer is not cooperating right now, but I think you can imagine why. It's been a very long day, so... All right. Come on now. Hold on. Backup plan. I'm back. Okay. So, what are we all thinking? I think your comments have been scrolling. Yes, it did. Iris Hewitt. Patent went forward. It was just deployed in the field. That's it. You see that right there? That is it. In front of you. That on the screen right there is what the patent became. No, it's. I wish Rise Within it was just that, but this patent became the system you're looking at right there. It was 40 years ago. They had to think about how long it takes to do DoD procurement, how long it takes to get a patent in the pipeline, and then get it deployed. It just went into the field. Yeah, it Rise Within. It's like a military version of ShotSpotter. And if you built the patent, you would know the weakness, and if Saudi intelligence and Egypt built our freaking weapon, our defensive weapon here, they could have done it with any of our weapons or any of our systems. We're screwed. If this is, and I know it's real because I know it's real. Like, we're in a lot of trouble. Like, we need to do a serious review as a country of our entire defense apparatus, because if this happened in this one defensive system, it could have happened in any system. This system can't be in the field. It's compromised. And I was delicate. I was not just going to go out there and be like, yeah, and so here's how, like, basically they designed the patent in a way that would allow a missile to hit our... No, I was as gentle as I could be. The people who need to know understand the implications. I will tell you them generally, but it's very bad. All modern war is fought with missiles, basically. It's like a little conventional war, but it's mostly missiles. So if you have a way to undermine our missile defense, you win the war. It doesn't matter how many missiles we have. Doesn't matter how good of an interceptor system we have. We could have the systems that intercept hypersonic missiles. It wouldn't matter if you know how to subvert the detection mechanism, the sound. It's like a complex mix of like sound and different type of technologies. But if you know how to subvert that, you win the war. And that's what they did. They tried to screw us. They tried to screw us really hard. And this is exactly what the guy was trying to steal later in life. This, I mean, the connection to the Reed case is big enough, okay? It has a lot of implications there. But this gets bigger and bigger. And, I mean, the fact that it led to this, okay, and it wouldn't have been as concerning if it was just some guy in Saudi Arabia that the Egyptian intelligence guy, who's the father-in-law of the juror, was working with. It wouldn't have been as big of a deal. The big deal was two parts of this. One, he fraudulently submitted a defense patent application. I'm pretty sure that's like some kind of serious federal crime. Two, he fled back to Saudi Arabia after being in the U.S. for a little bit to specifically work on that and then never came back. Three, he works at like King Fayed University, and he like is a big industrialist in Saudi Arabia. He's definitely a state security agent in Saudi Arabia. This other guy was Egyptian intelligence. I got the sense the U.S. attorney who was prosecuting Sergeli, when I was reading his sentencing memo, he was like, something's really wrong here, but he couldn't prove it. He couldn't bang him on actually doing it. He knew, but he couldn't bang him. But if he had found, and I think he found the patent too, because that's how we found it out. If you're wondering how I found this all out, it was because I was looking in the I got the PACER docket for this guy's federal charges, and I was looking in the DOJ's sentencing memorandum for this dude, right? And I really wanted to know if he went to Iowa State University, and I couldn't figure that out, right? But there was one line in the sentencing memorandum where the prosecutor was talking about this guy. I keep calling the defendant a dude, but they're talking about this defendant. And he said the defendant had a master's in science, a PhD in atomic physics or something, quantum physics, some kind of physics that involved molecules or atoms. Well, all physics involves atoms, but a specific subset of like molecular physics or something. And then he had patents. So just randomly, and I kind of had this gut instinct by saying it was going to go somewhere. I said to myself, no, PK, this is the antithesis of alarmist. PK, I have really good sources, right? Like, I got recruited into the DOJ's antitrust section. I would think, I know people have been watching this for a while, but yeah, I know what I'm doing, and I know what I'm onto. It's not a guess. And so anyway, now I got all distracted. This guy on the patent application, okay, he lists his name with two initials. This is what really drove my concern. He lists his initials with two that are misspelled in two different ways. He misspells his middle initial. He puts E instead of F, and then he misspells his first name instead of what it's supposed to be with a U instead of an O, or an O instead of a U. I think it was a U instead of an O. So when you actually look him up, though, and he didn't do a great job hiding it, he is actually a very high power player in the Saudi establishment. This has very serious concerns. Now, it could tie into the Reed trial as well with disclosure and stuff like that, but I'm not even sure the juror was fully enmeshed in all of this. I'm not sure about that at all. Oh, and that's what I was talking about. So the way we found this was, I said to Murder by Maestro, take a look at the patent. I said this guy must have patents. Murder by Maestro's a bit of a super towel. I mean, to put it lightly, Murder by Maestro's a bit of a super towel. So I was like, when I said this, I was like, oh, he's going to come back, and this dude's patents are going to probably be about like atomic physics. But little did I know, when Murder by Maestro came back, what we actually got was something even more intense, ladies and gentlemen, which was, and this was what blew my mind, that patent application. Now, I don't even think Murder by Maestro, we both figured it out at the same time, because Murder by Maestro sends me the patent application. I read it live on stream, or the patent, and we're reading it. And I'm saying to myself, and it was very obvious to me as I was doing it, something's just a little bit off here with this patent application. It's not about traffic. It's not about traffic. It is not about traffic. This is a patent application for something about this is a military application. It's a military patent. I don't exactly know why, I don't exactly know 100% what's going on, but it's a military patent. All right, it's a military patent, and I could just sense it in my bones. So I said to myself, all right, why would there be a military patent under this Wait, I don't know who that is. Sorry, Modelo Macy. If anyone worth their salt actually catches on to this is what's going to be the big story. I mean, it won't be the Reed case. This is going multiple levels now above the Reed case. It only tangentially touches on the Reed case. If this is what I think it is, this is a huge national intelligence story. The Reed case will be part of this, and this is just one story among many involved in this case. This happens to be the biggest, the most pressing, because this technology is in the field right now. I cannot stress this enough. This technology with a potentially compromised patent is in the field right now. But anyway, so Murder by Maestro this is how this all happened. Murder by Maestro, this was literally incidental. We were looking a little bit about whether this guy, the father-in-law, was at Idaho State or Idaho University, but that wasn't like, our plan was not to find his patent, and nor did I plan what was going to happen next. So we're reading the patent. Murder by Maestro and I are both very similar. We're on the same page. We're like, this is not about detecting traffic sirens. He thought at first it was about like detecting human voices. I thought it was military, because it was like, it talked about a very small device. And I was like, no, bro, like this is about detecting like what makes noise in a loud environment of a missile. Why would you need to isolate out sounds in a loud environment? A missile or like a bullet. Okay, it's military, and this is fake. And then I started thinking, and I knew the guy went on to work for Raytheon or whatever, so I was like, all right, this is fake. There's something more to this. Then, instantly, before I can even start moving on to that, Murder by Maestro is like, oh, here's the guy's name that he worked on the patent with. So I take the guy's name and I start Googling, and I'm getting so frustrated in real time because I find this guy at King Fayal University. He'd been there forever. It was him. He had been there forever, but it wasn't his name. It was spelled wrong. And I'm like, And then I realized, holy fuck, it's not just that it's spelled wrong. It's that on the patent application, he adjusted one letter in his first name and his middle initial one letter. That's the type of shit an intelligence operative would do in the 80s when there was no internet to fucking avoid detection, because you wouldn't know who the fuck he was, who he really was. And then I was like, oh my God. And literally, as I'm realizing this, Murder by Maestro goes back in the chat and is like, hey, Grant, or hey, Towel, take a look at his, take a look at what this patent became. And then it's a fucking missile or like a firearm detection unit for our soldiers, a portable detection unit. And that makes sense. The procurement, the rolling out of the patent, it took 40 fucking years for just this one implementation of the technology and the patent to come to fruition. They set a time bomb in our defense establishment so that when the moment came, they would know how to defeat our technology. And the implications of this, first of all, one of those guys was Egyptian intelligence, the other was Saudi intelligence, no question. But the implications of this is what you have to really think about. The implications are, if they did that once on a shoulder-mounted fire, like incoming missile detection system, what did they do did they steal, like, did they get involved with patents for other missile detection? The father-in-law got arrested for stealing documents about missile interceptors, about missile defense technology. So did they sabotage other patents? Like, this was a 40-year operation. 40 years. And then, of course, why did the daughter-in-law, the juror, get involved with the Reed case? Like, was that the revenge of the FBI for Hank Brennan and the old DOJ? Was that their revenge for Hank Brennan getting Leah Foley to confirm the probe of John's death was over? I think that, like, I don't even know if the people who got involved with this juror and her husband and whatever, I don't even know if they might have known about, like, the father-in-law, whatever the fuck. I don't even think any of them could have. I don't even think the U.S. attorney who prosecuted the father-in-law put this together, because you could tell that he was pissed in his sentencing memo. Like, he had it. He had the fucker, but he didn't have, like, exactly what he needed. And the other thing is, I think he got overruled by the State Department, who needed some people out of an Egyptian prison, most likely. And so they negotiated. That's the only reason there would be a downward departure. The sentencing guidelines were like 70 months for that dude in federal prison. the father-in-law. The DOJ wanted 70 months. You cannot depart downward from a 70-month sentence like that without the government intervening. And there was no on-the-record intervention by the government. The prosecutors wanted 70 months, which means it was a State Department intervention, or like it all goes through state. But it was a State Department or CIA intervention with the federal court because they needed people out of fucking Egyptian jail who were not declared as agents and got caught. That's my interpretation of that. That's why the guy got such kid glove treatment. But that also doesn't explain how they missed. I guess it does, kind of. Like, I got really fucking lucky. And listen, it's not even about me. I'm really concerned about our troops. Our troops and all of us got very lucky that when I Googled that name, he was stupid enough to put that university. If he had put anything else, he would have thrown me off the trail. Like any other university, anywhere but where he wasn't still working. But because he put the university where he's been for like 30 years now, after he left Nebraska and went back to Saudi, immediately I was like, that's a fake name. This is the real guy. His profile fits in intelligence operative perfectly. Multiple companies around the world, large web presence, whatever the fuck. Yeah. Then I was like, oh my, just by happenstance, that's what really, like, the click moment was the fake name. And you can see it back on stream. This all unfolded live. It was a collaborative effort. As soon as that moment happened with the fake name, you can probably see it in the replay. As soon as I figured out the name was fake, and not just fake, but it was like a cryptographic puzzle, like one letter in the middle initial changed, one letter in the first name changed. Arabic names are like, there's a lot of Arabic people, a lot of people in the Muslim world. So it's very easy to just change your name and have it line up. It was a rudimentary op, but it was the 1980s. So I had to then think, oh yeah, there was no internet. This fucker just was dealing with paper files, so he knew that they weren't going to be able to find him. And we were also talking about like Saudi Arabia, like the world was smaller back then. But me, in 10 minutes, I found out the name was fake, and then I found out how he adjusted the name. And then as soon as I figured that out, I realized the only implication was that it was Saudi intelligence, because only Saudi intelligence would fraudulently submit an application like that for a permit. And then I realized it had to run really deep, because only the defense establishment in the U.S. could have a fake patent application like that go up that was really about military technology, not domestic traffic. You see what I'm saying? It all lined up. Yeah, well, multiple. Well, what's so interesting is that it's not very easy unless you're using email or something, like the way my standards for vetting are kind of dynamic. So if you just like email me and you want to be an anonymous source as a juror, a few people tried to do that. Then I said to them, I was in the courtroom, so I'm going to know, and we need to determine how, I'd like to vet you. And it was very easy to screen anyone who approached, because they knew that I was going to be able to look at them and remember. I didn't need to draw them or anything. I have a photographic memory. I was going to look them in the eye and be like, yeah, that was you, that wasn't you. So I don't know if other journalists didn't deploy that. And also with Paula, when she approached, it was from her account. So, I mean, someone could have theoretically gotten into her account, but I highly doubt that. All right, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm looking forward to looking a little bit more into the Saudi Arabia story, because as I said, I get a lot of you are interested in the Karen Read implications of this, and you should be. I'm not telling you shouldn't, but it's in the juror form about and whether she disclosed all this and what the jurors 11's role is. I don't really know. I do think it was, at the end of the day, that this whole jury thing might have been the old FBI and DOJ kind of like getting revenge on Hank, which is kind of fucked up. But like Hank had some enemies in there, you know. He fucked around during the not fucked around, but he was around during the Bolger thing. Would you really put it past them to like help Alan and Karen? No. But the big thing is, it's like they open this can of worms, and if I don't know if the defense meant to do this, I don't know if they didn't look all this stuff up, but like the fact that the father-in-law and the child sexual abuse material and the missile defense stuff is bad enough, but add into that what we now just learned. This is apoplectic. Apoplectic. I mean, that name being fake was the tip-off. I just still can't believe it. All right, we got to watch this story about Saudi Arabia because that's the only way anyone's going to understand. It's not a story, it's a lecture. Unless we watch this, no one's going to understand how serious this is, because these people have been waiting. These states have been waiting for an opportunity. Like, they do not like us. So let's listen to this lecture, and let's think about the implications of the Reid trial, the questionnaire, all of this together. And I'm sorry if your comments have been scrolling. I, by accidentally, took them off the screen. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. All right. Hold on. They're scrolling now. I found a software company not registered with a U.S. patent. What are you looking into, Iris? Hold on. Not sure what. Are you looking into the father and more patents? It's definitely interesting to look into. I live near West Point, and my son-in-law is a Marine who is about to make whatever rank is above captain, who works at the Pentagon. So peer clearance is big for us. Damn right, PK. Clearance is an important thing. We respect this national security of the United States on Towel Channel. Who would you like to debate? I'm not interested in debating anyone right now. There's too much is in play, and there's too much going on. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing a debate with anyone right now. But what I would feel comfortable with is, I think we got to learn a little bit more about why Saudi Arabia, why this is a big deal. It's bigger than just why was the juror in Brazil? Why did she come back? Is there some intelligence connection to whatever happened to the Reid trial verdict? Whoever is looking into that, we need to trust that process, whatever is going on. However, and Alan Jackson's statement yesterday definitely added fuel to the fire that something might be coming. But let me just tell you right now, the Saudi Arabia and the Egyptian intelligence leak and all of this is a way bigger threat, because it's an existential threat to the United States. Existential. And so we have to learn why.
On Saudi Arabia's role in 9/11 and why the U.S. government has kept it hidden. So we are now headed toward the 20th anniversary of the historic events of 9/11. We are reminded of this especially today after the discovery and killing of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the so-called caliph of the Islamic State in Syria over the weekend, someone who had eluded U.S. forces for many years. And of course, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi connects us and is really part of the long shadow of 9/11. The group he led was the successor to al-Qaeda in Iraq, which arose after the 2003 invasion of that country by the United States. Now, as someone who has been deeply involved in counterterrorism since 1998, when Osama bin Laden issued his famous fatwa calling for believers to kill Americans wherever they could find them, and who was working in the White House when we lost 2 embassies in East Africa, and who spent the day in the State Department Operations Center when bin Laden himself was found and killed in 2011, this seems like a chain of events that we will never be fully free of. In the investigations following 9/11 by the Congress, the Blue Ribbon 9/11 Commission, and the federal government, the actions of many, many players were scrutinized. And one of those players that drew the most interest was the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, home of 15 of the 19 9/11 hijackers, as well, of course, as bin Laden himself. Saudi Arabia stood accused of having laid the seedbed for jihadist violence because of its advocacy, its global advocacy for Wahhabi Islam, and the missionary work of its many religious NGOs. Yet all three of those inquiries ultimately absolved the Saudi government of direct responsibility for the events of 9/11. Were those findings correct? Well, judging by the size of the audience here, I'm guessing there are plenty of people who are still uncertain, not to say suspicious. Today we will hear from Jim Kreindler, who is leading a group of attorneys and survivors of victims who are seeking to demonstrate that the government of Saudi Arabia does indeed bear responsibility for 9/11 and must compensate survivors of the victims of that horrible day. And let me say at the outset that if Jim Kreindler says it's so, we need to take the issue very seriously, not only because he is a magna cum laude member of the class of 1977, or the son of a member of the class of 1945, whose name is on the conference center just across the hall from this room. Jim Kreindler is one of the foremost attorneys working in the field of redress for victims of terrorism and in aviation law. And he took the lead role as a member of the plaintiffs committee in the Pan Am 103 litigation against Libya, which produced a $2.7 billion settlement in additional compensation for the families of Lockerbie. And that is still the only case where any foreign state has ever made such a payment to terrorist victims. That's just one of the many famous cases he's been involved with. Among the others, Egypt Air 990, Swiss Air Flight 111, which crashed in Nova Scotia in 1998, and of course the famous TWA Flight 800 disaster off Long Island. Jim Kreindler received his JD from Columbia University in 1980, where he was a Harlan Fiske Stone Scholar, and he started...
Oh, Paula sent me a text statement today, Technogeric. We went over it earlier. It was somewhat interesting.
Out his career as an assistant district attorney in Kings County, otherwise known as Brooklyn, in the district attorney's office there. He is the recipient of the 2009 Public Justice Lawyer of the Year Award. He is obviously a very distinguished attorney, but I'm pretty much in awe of Jim also because of his political shrewdness, because he led the effort to enact JASTA, which is the acronym by which the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act law was, which was passed by the Congress, and that law narrows the scope of diplomatic immunities, foreign sovereign immunities, and allows U.S. citizens to sue, if I understand it correctly, foreign states, even if they are not designated.
Interesting, RP. I wish to subscribe to your newsletter. I mean, you can be in any chat you want. I just didn't know if RP was saying you maybe were like insulting me. I don't know. I mean, you can make fun of me, I guess. I'm a little tout.
As state sponsors of terrorism, which has hitherto not been the case. So this was it unanimous in both houses?
Well, JASTA was passed and then vetoed by President Obama. Overridden 98-1 and 346-77.
So those are good numbers if you're on that side. So anyway, clearly he knows what he's doing both in the political arena as well as in the courtroom. And with that, Jim, why don't you tell us your story and your findings?
Thank you, Dan. You know, it's always a great pleasure for me to be back at Dartmouth. I'm here with my wife, which makes it even more fun. But to talk to you in this room dedicated to my dad about our life's work, Pan Am 103 and 9/11, is a...
Whoa, hold on. Okay, so two things. One, this is at Dartmouth, so that's really cool. Two, his father, the room's named after his father. Three, this guy's a very smart lawyer. I am glad I found this lecture. This is exactly how I want to learn about this. I should send this man an email.
Especially gratifying. Walking over here, we passed Silsby. When I was here, and I was class of 77, that was, and I think still is, the government building. And like many government majors, I, at the time, had an abiding faith and belief in the integrity and efficacy of our government. Talking to you now, I'll make a prediction. By the time we're done, you will be revolted and horrified to learn what prominent members of our government, including past presidents, have done. You will be equally amazed and thrilled with the courage and determination of a few private citizens and former FBI agents who have beaten the government and defeated the largest lobby effort in the world's history.
I had a question if it's possible to turn the volume up more. It's up pretty loud. I can do one thing to make it a little louder, because this is very important and this gentleman is very smart. No promises when I try to turn the volume up. It doesn't always work, but I did my one little trick and we'll see what happens.
To begin with 9/11, as Dan said, when all of you came in the room, if asked, well, what did Saudi Arabia have to do with 9/11? The first thing you'd say is 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi nationals. Some of you who pay particular attention to this might also make the comment that Dan made, and Saudi Arabia has been known to give money to charities who in turn funded Al-Qaeda. But the fact is, 9/11 was an attack on the United States with the active intent and cooperation from 11 known Saudi government officials. Saudi Arabian government officials were the accomplices without whom there never could have been a 9/11 attack. And I'm going to give you a little information about that. The starting place, I guess, is why would Saudi Arabia support Al-Qaeda? Osama bin Laden is Sunni, etc. And to understand that, we have to go back to 1979. Most of you with the same hair color as me will remember that year. I was in my third year of law school. The current students obviously will not. But 1979 was a wake-up call to the world, and the Islamic world in particular. Two cataclysmic events happened. The Shah of Iran was overthrown, something that seemed unthinkable at the time, by radical Shiite Muslims. And in the same year, the mosque in Mecca was taken over by Wahhabi radicals. Now, the House of Saud was built in partnership with the founder of Wahhabism. But until, and you must remember that the king of Saudi Arabia, now King Salman, in Arabic, his title is the keeper and protector of the holy mosques. The word king doesn't appear in his Arabic title. When that happened, the royal family had an oh my God moment. If the Shah can be overthrown and Wahhabi radicals can take over the mosque, we are next unless we take dramatic action. And that event prompted the royal family to deliberately start accommodating the Wahhabi mullahs. They did it in two ways. Sometime later, they created a new branch of the Saudi government called the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. The Ministry of Islamic Affairs is dedicated to the spread of Wahhabism internationally. And every embassy and consulate in the world has Ministry of Islamic Affairs officials embedded in it, as well as foreign ministry, intelligence, what have you. The second thing to keep in mind is the nature of the Saudi Arabian government. You all know that there are many members of the royal family. Well, how do you get ahead there? How do you become foreign minister, defense minister, deputy crown prince, or king? They don't have elections. The way in which you rise to prominence and power in Saudi Arabia is to seek and obtain the support of the Wahhabi mullahs. So every prominent person in Saudi Arabia, King Salman, his predecessor, all made their pilgrimages to kiss bin Laden's ring in Kandahar. Without doing that, they would not have the internal support they needed to rise into positions of power. In my mind, it's not so much affinity with Wahhabism that prompts the leaders of Saudi Arabia to support bin Laden, who is not a black sheep by any means. Just as an aside, one of his close relatives on 9/11 is working in the Washington, D.C. embassy as an embassy official and the head of one of the Saudi charities that are supporting al-Qaeda. What did these Saudi officials do? They had supported al-Qaeda not just with money, but with the logistical support al-Qaeda needed to mount the 9/11 attacks and the Cole bombing before it. Those of you who are our age remember the embassy bombings? Okay. Before we get to 9/11, it's worth remembering something you and I talked about at lunch. Why did bin Laden turn from an ally of the United States fighting the Russians to the vitriolic hatred of the United States? In my mind, the number one reason that caused him to despise us was the presence of U.S. military troops, particularly female troops.
Let me just tell you why. I know exactly what he's about to say. So let me just say what's going on a little bit here. One, the reason we're watching this, it's not necessarily because I think the U.S. government is an issue. That's a side. This professor or lawyer wants to make that point, and he will make it. It wasn't any one party or whatever. It was our whole establishment. And not the whole establishment, the upper echelons. But the more important part is what this guy's about to say is the reason why we really upset some of these people behind. So do you understand what he's saying for folks listening? The Saudi state, even though it looks like it's run by King Solomon and like the MBS or whatever, that's not true. The actual people who run the Saudi state are radical Wahhabists who took over in 79, which was right around when the Shah was overthrown in Iran. Now remember, the Shah was overthrown by a radical Islamist, okay? And so the Saudis, to ward off a revolution domestically in Saudi Arabia in 79, does change their state to be more of a radical state. So basically they have a fake front of a government that looks moderate. It's not really moderate. It looks moderate. But really they're run by Wahhabi jihadists, and one of them was Osama bin Laden. It wasn't, the Saudi state is a proxy, is what this lawyer is saying. And I hope you all understand that means that all this stuff with MBS and diplomacy, it's all fake. Saudi is a militant Wahhabi state that hates us, and he's about to tell us the reason why the Wahhabis hate us is because and I knew this. So Saudi Arabia is sacred land for Muslims. It is like very sacred. And there's a part of the Quran, or it's part of an interpretation of the Quran, that says no foreign soldiers. You can't have armed military personnel on that soil. Now, we let us they let us do it after a little bit. Okay, they did. Saudi Arabia let us do it. But what this lawyer is about to tell you is that so pissed off the Saudi Arabia, the Wahhabis behind the Saudi Arabian throne, that this is where it came from. Oh, this is interesting. Hold on. We're going to pause our Saudi Arabia video. I have a brand new link. It looks like it's an interview with the juror from the Reed trial. So it looks like it's a video from 262 weeks ago on Instagram. I hope it's in English. It looks like it's in Portuguese. We may need someone to translate it unless we know what it says. So hold on. This is the juror from the Reed trial speaking. So it's 262 weeks ago. So 52 times 5, 50 times 5. So it's about 4 years ago. And this is the juror. She looks a little different. But let's see what she's talking about in this interview. And it's on Instagram. So I don't exactly know what she's going to say. And I don't know if it's in English. But let's listen. Hold on one second. Oh, it's in English. Hold on. It's in English. Alright, hold on.
Tudo bem? Então, vou contar pra vocês como é que o Karim e eu nos conhecemos. Senta que lá vem conversa. A gente se conheceu num café em São Francisco. Eu tinha uma bandeirinha uma carteirinha com a bandeira do Brasil. E ele viu aquela bandeira e perguntou se eu era brasileira. Eu falei que sim. Aí a gente começou a conversar. Ele me disse que o nome dele era Karim. Eu pensei comigo, árabe, gosto muito, que homem interessante. Ele também tinha uma barba, assim, que eu gosto, barbudinho, bonitinho. Um cordãozinho de madeira que eu fiquei encantada, que depois eu fui descobrir que eram contos de oração. Mas eu achei aquele cordãozinho, assim, super hippie. Aí eu pensei, nossa, árabe, hippie, barbudo, perfeito, né? Mas a conversa da gente começou a fluir ali. A gente se conectou mesmo quando eu contei pro Karim. No nosso primeiro dia, eu contei para ele que eu estava querendo conhecer mais do Islã, que eu estava estudando o Islã, que eu vinha jejuando, que eu sabia do Ramadã, sabia de algumas coisas, eu queria aprender mais. Ele logo se prontificou a ensinar um monte de coisa para mim. E a gente teve outros encontros depois disso. Eu conheci os amigos dele. Ele conheceu a minha prima aqui, conheceu... Eu falei dele para minha família, ele viu minha família na câmera, né? Era o que dava para fazer. Eu conheci os pais dele pela câmera também. E, assim, muçulmano não namora, muçulmano se conhece e casa. Então, a gente não podia ficar arrastando muito esse processo de ficar se conhecendo, né? E como o Karim é psicólogo, isso ajudou muito, porque ele fez um monte de testes de personalidade e compatibilidade comigo. A gente conversou muito abertamente sobre tudo. A gente discutiu coisas sobre aonde a gente vai passar férias com a minha família ou com a dele. O método que a gente vai ter filho, se eu prefiro parto normal ou parto cesárea. A gente conversou coisas do tipo, quem vai pagar as contas da casa, como que as contas serão divididas, como que... Gente, tudo do dia a dia de um casal a gente discutiu antes de casar, sério. Não ficou nada assim, sabe, com açúcar, assim, com melzinho. A gente foi tudo na lata, tudo falado. Porque ele sabia as perguntas certas. E eu também, eu tinha 27 anos, eu não era assim tão madura, mas eu sabia também o que eu queria. Então a gente foi muito direto um com o outro. E o fato de eu estar procurando uma religião e querer fazer as coisas certas, assim, querer seguir essa fé, também encantou ele e deu para ele uma segurança de que eu era uma pessoa bacana. E ele me passou, assim, também uma segurança que eu não tive medo. Durante esse processo que a gente estava se conhecendo, eu me converti. E a gente fez o processo do casamento religioso. Depois do casamento religioso, eu pude conhecer os pais deles, aí a gente pôde viajar. Porque daí, quando você faz casamento religioso, você já pode viver como marido e mulher. Então, aí eu fui conhecer os pais deles, que a gente poderia viajar juntos. E depois disso, a gente fez o casamento no civil aqui. Tudo isso aconteceu em 3 meses, tá, gente? Eu casei com ele em 3 meses. Eu liguei pra minha avó, eu falei pra ela o que estava acontecendo, eu falei que ele era muçulmano, e minha avó falou assim, nossa, Paula, eu acordei de cedo esses dias, eu estava vendo um programa de manhã que que estava explicando que os muçulmanos acordam super cedo para rezar, eles devem ser gente boa. Assim, com essa simplicidade, a minha avó me deu aquele sinal, assim, do tipo, vai, Paula, vai que vai dar certo. E eu acredito nos sinais, assim, da vida. A minha mãe não se opôs, a minha avó não se opôs, as minhas tias, meus primos não falaram muita coisa, o meu pai acho que ficou um pouco com o pé atrás. A família do Karim certamente ficou com o pé atrás também. Mas as coisas foram acontecendo muito fáceis pra gente, sabe? Conforme os amigos dele foram me conhecendo, são amigos de infância, pessoas que ele confia muito, os amigos também foram percebendo que eu estava sendo sincera. E conforme eu conhecia ele, falava dele pra minha família, e minha família via ele, assim, eles também sentiam que o Karim era sincero. Então foi dando tudo certo, sabe? Então foi super rápido, mas foi rápido e responsável. Foi responsável porque a gente estava, primeiro, tentando honrar a Deus. Segundo, porque a gente fez as perguntas certas e discutiu absolutamente tudo antes de casar. E terceiro, foi rápido e fácil o que a gente entendeu como sendo um sinal divino de que era para ser. E estamos aí, quase 7 anos depois, realmente era para ser, porque quase 7 anos, 3 filhos, uma mudança, 2 viagens, acho que a família dele gosta de mim, certamente a minha família gosta dele. Então essa foi a nossa história de amor, assim, foi destino, foi de Deus, foi na hora certa, a gente falou a coisa certa um pro outro para que a gente se conectasse logo de cara, a conversa começar. E vou te falar que foi fácil? Não foi. O primeiro ano de casamento, então, foi horrível, porque casamento interracial, intercultural, é complicado, não é simples, tá? Culturas diferentes, costumes diferentes, eu tava me adaptando às novas regras da religião, ele tava tentando se adaptar aos meus jeitos, às coisas que eu gostava, que ele não entendia. Idioma, meu inglês era péssimo, eu falava com muito erro, ele não conseguia me entender na maioria das vezes. Mas, assim, a gente teve uns momentos bem pesados, assim, no primeiro ano, em 2014. Aí, em 2015, a gente foi pro Brasil, tivemos nosso casamento, a nossa festa de casamento lá no Brasil, e eu acho que ali selou tudo, porque todo mundo conheceu ele, a gente fez a festa de casamento, meus amigos gostaram dele, minha família, que não conhecia ele, também gostou dele, minha mãe recebeu ele, ele ficou comigo na minha casa, lá na minha mãe, com meu padrasto. Enfim, foi tudo muito... A gente teve... feedback positivo de todo mundo, sabe? O tempo todo. Então foi tudo muito fácil e graças a Deus por isso, alhamdulillah.
All right, I got good news. I was able to translate it. I had to pay for it, but I have it. It was worth it. I paid probably $3. So give me 1 second. I am going to get this video for us now. I have the video with subtitles of the juror speaking. I'm sorry that we don't speak Portuguese. I know, don't worry. It took me, I had to pay for it, but I have rendered the video with subtitles, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12% done. I know you're interested in hearing what Juror 12 had to say. Then we'll go back to the document, the learning about Saudi Arabia. I don't believe that, well, now that I'm learning about Wahhabism and what the Ministry of Islamic Affairs does, yeah, I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to wonder who's paying for all this. And Saudi's got some connections domestically. And clearly. 27 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. I got you subtitles in real time. I'm that much of a super towel, you don't understand. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. It's on the way. 16 seconds. I don't speak Portuguese either, but I did pay for subtitles. That's what you get when you're on Towel Stream. We do things in real time because I'm a towel. 10 seconds left. 10 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Approximately. It's ready. It's ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's ready. It's downloading. It's only 81 megabits with subtitles. Less than 20 seconds. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 16 seconds. 10 seconds. Oh, we're going to get to see what the juror said because I translated it into English. I'm a super towel. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's ready. All right, it's coming up on your screen now, so hold on. Let me get rid of this. Ready, ladies and gentlemen? I did it. Hold on 1 second. I have to add the video file. Hold on. I have subtitles now. I'm probably the only person who could do that in very real time, but I figured it out. I had to pay for it, but it was worth it. It was worth it, little towels. All right, so hold on. It's loading up. Give it a second. Here it comes. I got the Brazilian subtitles translated. Okay.
Oi, gente. Tudo bem?
Where's the English subtitles? Hold on.
O carinha e eu nos conhecemos. Senta que ela vem conversa.
Oh, no.
A gente se conheceu no café em São Francisco.
Hold on. This isn't what we want. This is only Portuguese. Hold on. I got to translate it.
E ele viu aquela bandeira e
Oh, little towels. I was so excited. All right. That's only, I need to actually get it with English subtitles. Hold on. Hold on, little towels. Hold on. It was supposed to translate it to English. There we go. English. All right, hold on. It says it's already translated into English, so why didn't it generate? Hold on. I think I got to make sure it generates with the English versions. Hold on. It says it already has English, so let me see if it has it in the preview, and then I can just play it from there.
Oi, gente. Tudo bem?
Oh, I see. It's choosing the Brazilian over the English, so hold on. I got it. I have to select English. Oh, okay. I got it. It's only 6 minutes, too. All right. I got it. Let me see if it's got the English subtitles.
Oi, gente.
Yep. It's got the English subtitles. We don't even have to download it. I guess I should download it because the English subtitles will make it a little clearer. All right. I got it with English subtitles. Hold on. The only reason it didn't have English before is I thought it was going to do dual Portuguese and English. I had to actually change it from Portuguese to English, but I did it. Hold on, it's doing it. It should be about 30 seconds to a minute. Wow, that was quick, 40%. It's almost done. I think it's because I already rendered this once. I know. I wish I spoke Portuguese. Murder by Maestro. She uploaded it to Instagram 243 weeks ago, and I now have it with English subtitles translated. It should be ready. It is downloading now. It's going to take about 20 seconds to download. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's giving me trouble now, Super Towels. I got a backup plan. Hold on. All right, I got a backup plan. We're going to the backup plan. All right, here we go. Ready for this? I have it translated, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thrilled to announce that I have it translated. Hold on. Where we need the one that says that one. Hold on. Here it is. All right, I have it for you with subtitles, little towels. Now let's see if I can expand this. Okay, it cannot enter full screen. Okay. Why do you have a full screen button if you cannot enter full screen? Well, anyway, I have it with subtitles, so. Worked hard on this, and by that I mean I paid like $3. So here we go. Now it has subtitles. This should work. I'm hoping. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. All right. Here, now let's find out what she was actually saying in Portuguese. Now we will all learn Portuguese together.
Oi, gente. Tudo bem? Então, vou contar pra vocês como é que o carinha e eu nos conhecemos. Senta que ela vem conversa. A gente se conheceu num café em São Francisco. Eu tinha uma bandeirinha uma carteirinha com a bandeira do Brasil. E ele viu aquela bandeira e perguntou se eu era brasileira. Eu falei que sim. Aí a gente começou a conversar. Ele me disse que o nome dele era Karim. Eu pensei comigo, árabe, gosto muito, que homem interessante. Ele também tinha uma barba, assim, que eu gosto, barbudinho, bonitinho. Um cordãozinho de madeira que eu fiquei encantada, que depois eu fui descobrir que eram contas de oração. Mas eu achei aquele cordãozinho assim, super...
It was just in English. Why? Hold on. Why did it go back to Portuguese? I am so confused. It was just in English. Why did it go back to Portuguese? Hold on, let's translate it one more time. I am so perplexed. I'm utterly baffled. All right, hold on. So it started in English and then went to Portuguese. So hold on, I'm going to try again. I'm so confused. I'm utterly perplexed. I'm utterly perplexed. Hold on. Oh, all right. I'm going to have to try another translation service. Oh, okay. So it starts translating it. So it did some of it, but there's some parts where it couldn't translate. So I'm going to jump forward to the parts where it is back in English. I don't know why it could do some and not the other, but we're jumping forward.
A gente pode viajar, porque daí quando você faz casamento religioso, você já pode viver como marido e mulher. Então, aí eu fui conhecer os pais dele, que a gente poderia viajar juntos. E depois disso a gente fez o casamento no civil aqui. O que foi... Tudo isso aconteceu em 3 meses, tá, gente? Eu casei com ele em 3 meses. Eu liguei pra minha avó, eu falei pra ela o que estava acontecendo, eu falei que ele era muçulmano, e ela falou assim, nossa, Paula, eu acordei cedo esses dias, eu tava vendo um programa de manhã que estava explicando que os muçulmanos acordam super cedo para rezar, eles devem ser gente boa. Assim, com essa simplicidade, a minha avó me deu aquele sinal assim do tipo, vai, Paula, vai que vai dar certo. E eu acredito nos sinais assim da vida. A minha mãe não se opôs, a minha avó não se opôs, as minhas tias, meus primos não falaram muita coisa, o meu pai acho que ficou um pouco com o pé atrás, a família do Carim certamente ficou com o pé atrás também. Mas as coisas foram acontecendo muito fáceis pra gente, sabe? Conforme os amigos dele foram me conhecendo, as perguntas certas e discutiu absolutamente tudo antes de casar. E terceiro, foi rápido e fácil o que a gente entendeu como sendo um sinal divino de que era pra ser. E estamos aí, quase 7 anos depois, realmente era pra ser, porque quase 7 anos, 3 filhos, uma mudança, 2 viagens, acho que a família dele gosta de mim, certamente a minha família gosta dele. Então essa foi a nossa história de amor, assim, foi destino, foi de Deus, foi na hora certa, a gente falou a coisa certa um pro outro para que a gente se conectasse logo de cara, a conversa começar, e vou te falar que foi fácil? Não foi. O primeiro, costumes diferentes, eu tava me adaptando às novas regras da religião, ele tava tentando se adaptar aos meus jeitos, às coisas que eu gostava, que ele não entendia. Idioma, meu inglês era péssimo, eu falava com muito erro, ele não conseguia me entender na maioria das... Pesado, assim, no primeiro ano, em 2014. Aí em 2015 recebeu ele ficou comigo na minha casa, lá na minha mãe, com meu padrasto. Enfim, foi tudo muito... A gente teve feedback positivo de todo mundo, sabe, o tempo todo. Então foi tudo muito fácil e graças a Deus por isso, alhamdulillah, a gente tá junto e que a gente fique junto aí até a gente morrer, né? Até que a morte nos separe. Os nossos filhos e a nossa família crescendo. Não, crescendo mais não, acabou aí. Com a nossa família, que eu digo, unida, né? Meus pais, os pais dele, com todo mundo se dando bem, com a gente se dando bem, com as crianças crescendo e que a gente tenha muitos dias de namorados juntos, tanto brasileiro quanto americano.
I have a little bit more translation to go. But for some reason, it's like what it's doing is it's processing the translation. So it's some of the Portuguese is longer than it can do per segment, but it's trying to do the whole video. So eventually I think I'm going to have a translation of this video from Portuguese to English, but I don't have it just now, and we'll eventually get it. I wish there was a better service for doing it. I'm going to try one more service because I do want to see what she actually says. I feel like this is actually very relevant. So give me 1 second. I have one more idea here. No promises. Translate Portuguese video with English subtitles free. All right, so give me one. I have the video already, so give me 1 second here. No guarantee. I don't want to pay for it again. Hopefully they give me a free trial. I just want to know, it was frustrating that some of it translated. Maybe it just has to actually process the file. Because I kind of got some hints there about what she was saying, but I couldn't, because it was going back and forth between Portuguese and English, I was getting exceptionally frustrated. But also, translating a video from Portuguese to English in real time comes with its challenges. It's also late at night, and I'm going to stay up a little late because I'm going to watch this Saudi lecture for now. But I want to get this translated, so 1 sec. All right, it's going to do it. Let's see if it works. No promises. It's uploading it. Apparently this one will dub it into English. It's going to do it free, hopefully. And this will not require subtitles. No promises, though, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to know what the juror was saying, or what Paula was saying. 75%. 7 seconds left. 6 seconds left. Hopefully it dubs it. All right. Getting ready. I'm so intrigued to see if this will actually play her voice in English with a dubbed voiceover. I just want a free one. Okay. All right, it's doing it. I wonder if this is actually going to work. No, I just want a free trial. Why won't any services just do transcription for free? This is incredibly frustrating. Well, will Audacity translate it right away? Let me try this.
Oi, gente, tudo bem? Então, vou contar pra vocês como é que o Karen e eu nos conhecemos.
That didn't even translate it. That was in... oh, I see. You change it to English. Hold on. Select target language. English? Add. Alright. I don't think I can actually do the whole thing, but let's try it. Oh, okay. But why doesn't actually... it has it, so play the volume.
Oi, gente.
Hold on. I'm not going to give up this easy. Portuguese to English video transcription. Oh, I have to do voice over audio to incorporate it. All right, hold on. Okay, now let's see how it does it. I think this might only do a certain part of it, but let's try.
So, I'm going to...
Oh, okay. So this only does a certain part. I'm not paying for the whole version, but here's at least, what is it, a minute of it? All right, hold on. And it's dubbed into English as well, which is really interesting. All right, so take a look at this. So it will only do a minute, but I should have just paid for this one, but maybe I'll use Audacity. Put it into Audacity, make a transcript, and play it with VLC. Yeah, that'll work too. Alright, so hold on. I have a better idea too. I can just make a transcript of this in Portuguese, translate it to English, and then play it from a text file. But here's the version I did that's dubbed.
Hi guys, how are you? So, I'm going to tell you how Kareem and I met. Sit down, there comes the conversation. We met in a cafe in San Francisco. I had a flag, a card with a Brazilian flag, and he saw that flag and asked if I was Brazilian. I said yes. Then we started talking. He told me that his name was Kareem. I thought, Arab, I like it very much. What an interesting man. He also had a beard, which I like, bearded, cute. A little wooden cord that I was enchanted with, which later I found out were prayer beads. But I thought that little cord, super hippie. Then I thought, wow, Arab, hippie, bearded, perfect, right? But the conversation started to flow there. We really connected. When I told Kareem, on that same day, on our first day, I told him that I was wanting to know more about Islam, that I was studying Islam, that I had been fasting, that I knew about Islam, Ramadan. He knew some things. I wanted to learn more. He soon offered to teach me a lot of things. And we had other meetings later.
Oh, I'm back. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm back. I see it. I see it. Sound is back. I know about 10 of you are going to tell me, and then 20 seconds later, it's going to come back. Oh, they want $50? No, I'm not doing it. It's not worth it. It's a great service, but I don't think it's worth it for... I wish they would just do one free trial, but I'm not paying that much. All right, hold on. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it another way. I'm going to figure out an easy way. Free AI video dubbing. I'm back. I know. I just need to get a free service. All right, we're gonna try 11 Labs, and then we're gonna try. Yeah. All right. So let's try this first. All right. No promises that this is going to work. This is going to be my last attempt. I really liked that last one, but they wanted $50 to do 1 month, which I think is ridiculous. And I think there is something incredibly important in that video. And obviously it's not I could just translate it to English and then have it read out, but I would like to actually dub the video. It'll make more sense as opposed to having an AI voice read out the text. So give a little towel a second while I put this together. And the more I listen to this video, the more I think it is worth dubbing. So I'm doing it now. All right. Let's go. Come on now. All right. I'll give it a second. Bit of a, I would say it's a bit of a resource intensive process, so yeah, no guarantees this is going to work. Tau Computer's doing its best. I feel like I have upset it greatly. No, it's working. All right, hold on. There we go. All right, it's back. All right, now stay with me. Yeah, but Murder by Maestro, I don't have time to continue. If someone wanted to just send a free service, fine, but no one sent a free service. So what do you, like, just saying don't pay for it doesn't help me. I need to transcribe it, so I don't understand. Just saying don't pay for it without saying here's this free transcription service is not helpful. But yes, maybe Murder by Maestro sent one and I missed it, so please, I apologize if I missed that. Dubbing. All right, here we go. I'm not guaranteeing this is going to work. I think, and by the way, I apologize. I didn't mean to get frustrated. I actually already found a dubbing service that I hope is free. All right. Dub. All right. The language is Portuguese. I hope they detect Portuguese. They do. Target language is going to be English. I hope they have English. They do. All right. And so I'm going to grab the file, which I already have ready. I'm going to grab the one without the Brazilian subtitles. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go. It's doing it. I don't have enough credits. Working on it. Working on it. It's harder than you think to dub a video. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I just want to see this video dubbed into English. I cannot believe there are no services that just do this. They must have some kind of monopoly on it. All right, I got it. All right, finally. Target language. I better have enough for this. Portuguese. It costs $1. The other one was a little unnecessary, but I am committed to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Whether it's time or otherwise, I'm committed to doing this. No, no, no. Oh, this is agonizingly difficult. Sometimes I will never understand. It says drag and drop, you drag and drop, it doesn't work. but I'm going to do it. Nope, I'm not giving up. I put my effort into this. I don't care how long we've been going. I'm not giving up that easily. I will not be deterred. Got it? Portuguese to English. Okay, it's doing it. Cost me 24 cents, ladies and gentlemen. But I think I found a service that finally did it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, absolutely, Solenina. I just got a little frustrated because I found a few options, but none really did it the way I wanted it, and I just wanted to be able to pay like 20 cents, and it's doing it. I don't know, Messy James. I can't really. I want to learn a little bit more about what's going on. There's some geopolitical stuff involved in this. I think, like, seriously. I don't know who got this juror involved or why, but something's going on. So I have a dub processing right now for you, ladies and gentlemen. Since a few of us speak Portuguese, but most of us do not, I found a service that will facilitate us listening to this video. I'm talking you through it right now because I'm interested. I saw like parts of it we heard parts of it in English, but I couldn't get the full transcription. I think I found one that's a little bit better. It's transcribing it right now. It's translating it. And, oh yeah, no, absolutely. What's it called? Wait, translate Google is the link. Wait, what? I don't know if I missed your link, Solenina. Yeah, maybe I'll check that out. But it's already done, so I think the dub, it's almost there. It says it's finished translating. After we watch this Saudi lecture, I'm going to bed, though. All right, it's done. All right, I'm downloading it. I'm not playing it from the web browser after spending all that time. You going to download it? Come on now. I guess we can play it from the web. Oh, no, it's downloading. Hold on. Oh, why did you say you were going to... Oh, it's downloading. I don't know how... It's going to be about 80.4 megabits, but it should be ready, and it should be in English. All right, 20 seconds. After all that time, that's how long it took to dub a file from Portuguese to English. That's 7 minutes in length. Fully dub it into English. Hopefully it worked. Still downloading. Well, that's a bit larger of a file than I expected, but I guess that's a good sign because it has some audio. 149 megabits. All right, here we go. Let's see if it worked. This is the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi everyone, how are you? So, I'm here to tell you how Karim and I met. Sit down. Here comes the story. So we met at a cafe in San Francisco. I had a little Brazilian flag, a card with the Brazilian flag. And he saw that flag and asked if I was Brazilian. I said yes. Then we started talking. He told me his name was Karim. I thought to myself, Arab, I really like that. What an interesting man. He also had a beard like I like, a little bearded guy. Cute. A little wooden necklace that I was enchanted by, which I later found out were prayer beads, but I thought that little necklace was super hippie. I thought, wow, Arab, hippie, bearded, perfect, right? But our conversation started to flow there, and we really connected when I told Karim on that same, on our first day, I told him that I wanted to learn more about Islam because I was studying Islam, because I had been fasting, that I knew about Ramadan, knew some things, and I wanted to learn more. He immediately offered to teach me a lot of things, and we had other meetings after that. I met some of his friends. Yeah, he met my cousin here. I mentioned him to my family. He saw my family on camera. You know, that's what we could do. I also met his parents through the camera, and well, Muslims don't date, Muslims meet and marry. So we couldn't keep dragging this process out, just getting to know each other, And since Karim is a psychologist, this helped a lot because he did a bunch of personality and compatibility tests with me. We talked very openly about everything. We discussed things like where we are going to spend vacations with my family or with his, the method we will use to have a child, if I prefer normal delivery or cesarean section. We talked about things like who will pay the household bills, how the bills will be divided, how everything about the day-to-day life of a couple we discussed before getting married, seriously. Nothing was sugar-coated or sweetened. We were very straightforward because he knew the right questions. And I was 27 years old. I wasn't that mature, but I also knew what I wanted. So we were very direct with each other. And the fact that of me looking for a religion, wanting to do the right things, wanting to follow this faith, it also enchanted him and gave him confidence that I was a nice person. And he also gave me a confidence that I wasn't afraid. During this process of getting to know each other, Yet converted, and we went through the process of the religious wedding. After the religious wedding, I was able to meet his parents, and then we could travel, because once you have the religious wedding, you can already live as husband and wife. So then I went to meet his parents, and we could travel together, and then we had the civil wedding here. And all of this happened in 3 months. Okay, folks, I married him in 3 months. I called my grandma. I told her what was happening. I said he was Muslim. Then my grandma said, wow, Paula. I woke up early these days. I was watching a morning show that was explaining how Muslims wake up super early to pray. They must be good people. Just like that, my grandmother gave me that kind of sign, like, go, Paula, go ahead. It will work out. And I believe in these kinds of signs in life. My mother didn't oppose. My grandmother didn't oppose. My aunts, my cousins didn't say much. My father, I think he was a bit hesitant. The family of Karim certainly had doubts too, but things happened very easily for us, you know. As his friends got to know me, childhood friends, people he trusts a lot, the friends also realized that I was being sincere. And as I got to know him, talked about him to my family, and my family saw him, they also felt that Karim was sincere. So everything went right, you know. So it was super fast, but it was fast and responsible. It was responsible because we were first trying to honor God. Second, because we asked the right questions and discussed absolutely everything before getting married. And third, it was quick and easy, which we understood as a divine sign that it was meant to be. And here we are almost 7 years later. It truly was meant to be, because almost 7 years, 3 children, 1 move, 2 trips. I think his family likes me. Certainly my family likes him. So that was our love story. It was destiny. It was from God. It was at the right time. We said the right thing to each other so that we connected right away. The conversation began. And will I tell you it was easy? It wasn't. The first year of marriage then was horrible, because intercultural marriage is complicated. It's not simple, okay? Yeah, different cultures, different customs. I was adapting to the new rules of the religion. Yeah, he was trying to adapt to my ways, to the things I liked that he didn't understand. Language. My English was terrible. I spoke with many mistakes, and he couldn't understand me most of the time. But like, we had some really intense moments, like in the first year, in 2014. Then in 2015, we went to Brazil, had our wedding party there in Brazil. And I think that sealed everything, because everyone met him. We had the wedding party. My friends liked him. My family who didn't know him also liked him. My mother welcomed him. He stayed with me at my house, there at my mom's with my stepfather. Anyway, it was all we had positive feedback from everyone, you know, all the time. So everything was very easy, and thank God for that. Alhamdulillah, we're together. And may we stay together until we die, right? Until death do us part, with our children and our growing family. No, not growing more. It ends here with our family, united, right? My parents, his parents, with everyone getting along, with us getting along, with the children growing, and that we have many Valentine's Days together, both Brazilian and American. That's it, folks. See ya.
Oh no! Oh no! That was very interesting, though. So what I said was, over the past 20 seconds, thank you. I saw Murder by Maestro tell me I was muted right away. I thought that video translated into Portuguese was very interesting. If you have any videos that are translated into English, if you have any videos, that's all I said over those 20 seconds. If you have any videos that you would like translated into English, go ahead and send them along. Especially if you, thank you, Paula. Especially if you find them at any point right now, just send them along. If they're of the juror, or otherwise, if you want videos translated, I now have the capacity using a pretty good AI that has pretty good. It got the jurors even like the tone of her voice right at some points. It couldn't do it the whole time, but that was a really good translation. I was able to understand what she was saying. It was interesting for the purposes. So if you have any videos of the juror speaking in Portuguese, or anyone speaking in Portuguese that you'd like to hear, just let me know. We are going to go back to the video on Saudi Arabia. And remember, I was just talking about why I think Saudi Arabia doesn't like us because we had U.S. troops on holy soil, and this professor is going to explain more now.
In Saudi Arabia, after we were protecting Kuwait and the Emirates and Saudi Arabia from Saddam Hussein. So for many years before 9/11, you had Saudi government officials working with Al-Qaeda and coordinating with Al-Qaeda. What happened on 9/11? The two lead hijackers, Hazmi and Midhar, attended, toward the end of 1999, attended a convention, a conference in Malaysia of Al-Qaeda and other terrorists, at which the 9/11 attack was planned, as well as the Cole attack. These terror attacks all emanated from a tragic event in 1988. How many of you remember when the USS Vincennes shot down the Iranian Airbus mistakenly, killing 300 plus people? So Iran vowed revenge. The plot to destroy 10 U.S. commercial air carriers was called the Bojinka plot, a plot that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed knew about and tried to implement. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's nephew, Ramzi Youssef, was the convicted bomber of the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center. 9/11 was a combination of the Bojinka plot to destroy 10 U.S. aircraft with the attack on the World Trade Center in 93. The World Trade Center, of course, is seen as a symbol of American capitalism, particularly Jewish American capitalism. And that's why it was such a potent target for bin Laden. And our intelligence community knew all this. There's no secret about about the Bojinka plot and bin Laden's antipathy toward the United States and the support of Saudi government officials. So where did this all begin? The fall of '99, Hazmi and Midhar are in Malaysia planning the 9/11 attack, along with other terrorists in the Cole attack. They were monitored by the CIA daily. From Malaysia, after their planning was complete, they went on a holiday that had particular appeal to two radical Wahhabist, soon-to-be suicide murderers who were on their way to heaven in a couple years. So they went on a sex vacation to Bangkok. The CIA monitored them there. From Bangkok, they arrived in Los Angeles January 15th, 2000. CIA monitored their flight and their arrival. Before January 15th, 2000, a high-ranking official in the Saudi embassy, whose name I know, and because of the disgusting protective orders imposed upon us by the Justice Department with the blessing of the court. I can't tell my clients, one of whom is in this room. This official sent an instruction to a Saudi consular official in Los Angeles, Thumairi, ordering him to provide the help that Hazmi and Midhar needed. They didn't speak a word of English. They wouldn't know the exit sign from the entrance sign. So Thumairi and his accomplice, who was a Saudi intelligence official, Bayoumi, arranged with people who were working with them. And this is an interesting thing. Al-Qaeda has had and still has today operatives in the United States. In California, in LA, they needed blue-eyed, blonde-haired surfer dudes who could take Hazmi and Midhar around and teach them how to look and act like Americans. The terrorists were helped by dozens of these people under the control and direction of Saudi government officials. So they were picked up at the airport. They were provided housing near the King Fahd Mosque. That was a center point funded by the then King Fahd. His son came over with $10 million. That was the meeting place for Al-Qaeda. Hazmi and Midhar were given money. Prince Bandar Bush, best friend of George Bush, Saudi ambassador to the United States, his wife, through Bayoumi, gave Hazmi and Midhar $25,000. We have traced the exact money trail from one of the dirty charities under scrutiny into the hands of a Saudi government agent in LA who ran a fake charity who sent the money to Karachi and then ultimately to Mohammed Atta in the Hamburg cell. So the money trail is known. The Saudi government officials, in addition to introducing the two terrorists to other people in the mosque, as I said, started English lessons, gave them money, housing, introduced them to Saudi military pilots who I believe were instrumental in training them to fly jets. They did a little trip to Las Vegas. I don't know, but I believe that they received training from Saudi military pilots in the deserts around Las Vegas. In a short period of time, the FBI was alerted to the presence of Hazmi and Midhar. Hazmi and Midhar, in fact, roomed with an FBI informant. The FBI did not arrest them, did not question them, lost them. The CIA, of course, what they're doing is illegal and was probably under the mistaken approach that they could turn the two and that the two terrorists would help root out Saudi dissidents who the royal family would have exterminated. Later I'll talk about that. I'll tell you a little bit about Khashoggi and why he was killed. It's not because he was a dissident. It's because of his contact with us. If I don't get to it, remind me. The two terrorists are in the United States, monitored until they're lost by the FBI and the CIA. And of course, 9/11 happens. Bob Mueller became director just, I think, a week or two before 9/11. What happened on 9/11? It was the perfect storm to create the worst and most pervasive cover-up in our nation's history. When President Bush was told about the attack, he was in Sarasota, Florida, reading Horton Does the Who, written by one of our famous alumni, to a kindergarten class when he was told about the attack. The first words out of his mouth was it Saddam? Remember how set he was upon killing Saddam Hussein, who had vowed to kill his father, the previous President Bush. Bandar was maybe his closest friend, been to the ranch in Crawford, Texas, more than anybody else. On 9/11, we were still dependent upon Saudi oil. It's long before fracking. President Bush was set upon using the 9/11 attack as an excuse to go to war with Iraq and kill Saddam Hussein. And who was our most important ally in that war? Saudi Arabia. So immediately, he and those close to him in the White House did not want to hear anything about the Saudi government role in 9/11. On the FBI front, Bob Mueller said, "Oh my God, look at the mess I've inherited and this colossal failure. This cannot see the light of day." You would expect that the top counterterrorism agents in the FBI would be put in charge of the investigation. One of them is now working with us, and he and I are talking together every day. Bassem Youssef was the first Arabic-speaking FBI agent, the first agent to infiltrate al-Qaeda and turn a high-level al-Qaeda operative. He was the FBI legate in Saudi Arabia and had been with the king and knows the Saudis intimately. Was he put in charge of any of the 9/11 flights in their investigations? He was kept away from 9/11. Flight 77, the flight that crashed into the Pentagon, Hazmi and Midhar were two of the terrorists on that flight. Who was put in charge of investigating Flight 77?
1 second. This is a lecture at Dartmouth. This is the lawyer for the families of the Lockerbie bombing, the only lawyer in the history of the world to get a state to pay victims of a terror attack. His father must have gone to Dartmouth or something, because the room he's speaking in, giving this lecture in, is named after his father, and he is a high-level federal lawyer, very high-ranking, very smart guy. What is Al-Qaeda? I don't know how to answer that question. It's a loose collective of militants that operated primarily in, I want to say, Afghanistan. I think it was mostly Afghanistan, and there was the Taliban there too. Might have operated in Iraq. It was kind of like ISIS before ISIS was around. It was a very militant terrorist organization, and it had links to Wahhabi extremism, and that was Osama bin Laden. And what this professor or lawyer is explaining is that the government of Saudi Arabia since 1979, in order to ward off the rise of a domestic sort of extremist revolution like in Iran, they basically gave their state over to Wahhabi extremists, and the shadow government of Saudi Arabia was Osama bin Laden for a while. And then obviously now it's still the same, but there's a different head of the Wahhabi group. They're an extremist Islamic faction. And this guy's basically saying, like, Wahhabis and Al-Qaeda and all those groups are very similar. They work together. They're very anti-American. And the Saudi Arabian state masquerade around, like, pretends to be this, like, progressive, like, sports washing, like, Western state. It's not. It is really run by Islamic extremists who are called Wahhabists. And they hate America. And they probably did 9/11.
Where Hazmi and Midhar played the most important role in planning the attack with the assistance of Saudi government officials. Who did
Bob Mueller was the head of the FBI, I think, during 9/11.
Bob Mueller pick to run probably the most important of the 4 flights investigation? Jackie McGuire was a probationary officer 6 months out of Quantico. If you want to institute a cover-up, you need a young...
Hold on. We're going to replay this part, but Murder by Maestro makes a point. So the reason that there's a lot of extremist movements in that area of the world is because Russia invaded Afghanistan in the 80s. And in order, have you ever seen Charlie Wilson's War? In order to get Russia out of Afghanistan, we basically armed the Taliban, and we armed Al Qaeda and the Mujahideen and these groups, so what happened was, and if you've seen Charlie Wilson's War, this will make sense, but this was a real story. What happened was, when Afghanistan was invaded by the Russians, it was the very end of the Soviet Union's existence. So it was the Soviet Union that invaded Afghanistan. If they had gotten a foothold in the Middle East, they may have actually, coupled with perestroika, they may have survived like China and become like a modern hybrid communist, capitalist, tyrannical, very weird state. The Soviet Union, not just Russia, the whole Soviet Union might have survived if they had gotten a foothold in Afghanistan, because that's the primary mechanism for the distribution of oil. It's not 100%. Like 10% goes through the Strait of Hormuz. Some of it goes through. There's other areas near Yemen, I think, that it goes through. That strait is a little bit harder to pronounce. And then of course the Suez Canal. But the point is, Afghanistan is a primary area for mineral transportation and development. If the Soviets had got Afghanistan, it's very possible they would have managed to survive collapsing, at least in some form. But they didn't, because what happened was the USA, because of this congressman, Charlie Wilson, he went on like this one-man crusade to get the USA to basically give proxy weapons, like Lend-Lease but more direct, to the local tribes. Afghanistan is very tribal, so you have to go to all the different tribes in Afghanistan, and they're somewhat under regional leadership, and he was like arming them. And when I mean arming them, I mean like the Soviets were flying MiGs, like MiG-29 helicopters, and the Taliban or the Mujahideen were like, we're completely outgunned here. We have like AK-47s from like the 70s or something. We need help. And so what Charlie Wilson did was he got a black budget op approved. Initially, it was a limited black budget op approved through the CIA for deployment of American resources in certain areas of Afghanistan in order to fight the Soviets. But the problem was that it wasn't actually enough. Like, I'm telling you, it wasn't enough. This was the Soviet army invading Afghanistan. So it's very possible Charlie Wilson and a bunch of other people, potentially connected to the Defense Intelligence Establishment, went around and they got like Congress to eventually authorize a bunch of funding. And I'm saying they sent these fuckers enough weapons to literally fight wars for 45 years. And what do you think happened when the Soviet Union collapsed? Do you think we went into Afghanistan and we're like, hello, we're going to come into your mountains now, your tribal hideouts. Can we have our rocket launchers back? No, we did not do that. We left all of the weapons there. Okay, we left all of the weapons there. And what do you think happened when you left CIA military-grade weapons in the hands of tribal Islamist extremists who you had used to try to stop the expansion of Soviet communism in 1980? Or in the 80s. Well, do you know what happened? Over the next 10 to 15 years, those Islamist extremists used those weapons to form armies, and they literally became the Taliban and Al Qaeda and the Mujahideen, and I'm sure splinters of ISIS and whatever. It all spread from fundamental. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that, because you have to think a little bit about Gulf War I and like the way in which America invaded Iraq, and you have the original invasion of Iraq to stop Iraq from invading Kuwait. It's a little bit more complicated than just the fact that we went into Afghanistan and gave them a lot of weapons, but you can trace most of the problems in the Middle East to American, I mean, I'm being very general because it also has to do with the religious war between Israel and the Arab world. But you can trace most of the problems in the Middle East leading up to 9/11 and after 9/11 to American intervention in Afghanistan in the 80s. Now, it was kind of like an unintended consequence of stopping the Soviet Union. We were a little one-track minded at the time. And it was kind of like when the FBI in the 70s and 80s broke up the Irish mob and the Italian mob in Boston. I don't think they meant to create a bunch of like street-level splinter gangs or whatever, but they definitely did. Similar in Afghanistan, I don't think we intended, although Murder by Maestro is probably a little jaded and would say we did. I don't think we did. I don't think we intended to plant subversive militant groups in the Middle East. It was just kind of like a stay-behind operation that got out of control because obviously we can't control Islamic fundamentalists on their home turf, and our splinter groups that were originally domestic proxy groups in Afghanistan eventually became like regional jihadist forces that turned against us and allied with our enemies. That's basically what happened. Did I explain that right? I try to do and yes, listen, obviously we had Halliburton wanted to go into Afghanistan. Cheney wanted to go in. It's not just poppies. Like, my dear God, like poppy production in Afghanistan after America went in. Oh my God, it went up to like 3.4%. I'm pretty sure of the world's opium production, and we were using our soldiers to guard the freaking poppy fields. It was crazy. And what was weird is, so the Taliban, and not just the Taliban, the Mujahideen, the government of Afghanistan has this kind of like religious approach to the cultivation of poppies. You know, like I think they kind of had this, I know a little bit about this. I know a little bit about everything, but they had this like regional system for organizing poppies. And what they did was they kind of like, they metered its production because there's some use for it. Like, I know that it's mostly used for international narcotic distribution, but there's some like justification either culturally or whatever for, I don't know the exact reason, but they grow poppies. Oh, I know what it is. So most of the world's pharmanarcotic supply of opium, like for extracted pharmaceutical derivatives of opium, come from Afghanistan. And so, but the Taliban was price fixing, basically. That's what it was. They were, it causes a lot of addiction issues, so they didn't want to facilitate the proliferation of opium in the lead up to like 2014 or whatever it was, when 2004. So the Taliban was like artificially restricting opium production to like facilitate a price monopoly, and so much you can only grow opium poppies in certain climates, and Afghanistan happens to be like the place where you can grow opium poppies. And so what the U.S. did was, as part of this larger like operation, I think it might have been our pharmaceutical companies, we definitely used our military to expand, against the wishes of the Taliban, which is kind of weird, opium production in Afghanistan. And now I think, although we're out of there now, at a certain point, when the U.S. was still in Afghanistan, and by like 2014, opium production had gone up like 6 times what it was under the Taliban in Afghanistan. And it was all legal, I'm sure some of it wasn't. It was legal international opium production under the auspices of U.S. military occupation, in part. But you have to realize the reason the Taliban was restricting opium production, it wasn't just price fixing. Opium is when you actually have opium poppies like out in the open, you addict the local polity because they're going to figure out how to like go splice the pods. Like, what happens is, an opium poppy is like, it's this green plant. I've seen a documentary about this. It's this like green plant that's really long, and at the top there's like this bulbous kind of, it's like a single bulb in like a green outer pod. And what you have to do is you have to go up to it and you nick it. You actually cut it with a knife, and gently on the side of the plant you nick it, and it will open up and it will ooze a white substance, and that is what creates opium. That is opium. It's the foundation of the drug is taking this plant and then slicing it, but you have to do it in a very specific way. But there is nothing else involved in this process. I mean, you have to actually manufacture it. But what, in terms of getting the pharmanarcotic or the actual derivative substance, that's all like complex extraction. But the actual drug is just in a field on a green plant with a little bulb thing at the top. And if you have to know what you're doing. You can't just go up and cut the damn thing. But if you know when it's ripe and you know when it's ready and you go up to it and there's no processing involved to do this. You just cut the damn thing with a knife, you will get basically the pure form of pharmanarcotic. And the local population in Afghanistan were really pissed off the Taliban when we were there. When you expand opium production, you can put all the military guards you want. It is like giant fields of opium. People who live there know where you are, know where you're not. It is like a precious, priceless commodity. They get addicted to the opium because all they have to do is go into the damn field with a knife and slice the pod, and then they can get all the opium they want. And then the Taliban was pissed because we addicted their population to opium because we wanted to expand the international pharmanarcotic trade. So it was just a shit show in Afghanistan. The pipeline, the fight against the Northern Alliance, the friggin' opium production, the Taliban, the Mujahideen using our weapons against us. It was a clusterfuck. It was horrible. It was terrible. It was all our fault in the 80s, but the re-intervention in 2004 was even more fucked. And I feel terrible that I would never have sent troops in there. The amount of our troops that suffered gratuitously for no reason to accomplish a geostrategic end in Afghanistan that was never going to happen. It was just never going to happen. That we literally armed them to the teeth. They live in caves. I'm not being pejorative. They live in caves. You cannot get to them. They live in caves in mountainous regions, and they have lived there nomadically for 3,000 years, probably more. You cannot get to them. And we armed them with freaking CIA military-grade weapons that can take out MiG helicopters. We fucked up, and that caused the conflagration in the Middle East that we know today, which is all to say that Al-Qaeda, the Mujahideen, ISIS, it's not that we created them. It is that we shouldn't have sent if we wanted to fight the Soviets in Afghanistan, we should have sent our contractors in, or people that's why we eventually, I'm sure, created defense contractors. You don't arm the Mujahideen. It was a terrible life decision, and I'm sure scholars at the time would have said to the government in the 80s, don't arm the freaking Mujahideen. But then again, this was the same government in the 80s who literally engaged in Iran-Contra. We sold weapons to Iran, our government, in violation of sanctions, so that we could fund the Contras in Nicaragua. With guns. It was ridiculous. It was a ridiculous time in the world. Communism, they thought it was going to survive. It didn't, and they did some weird things. That's all I'm going to say about American influence in the Middle East and also Iran-Contra. And basically, I know a lot about this.
Important role in planning the attack with the assistance of Saudi government officials. Who did Bob Mueller pick to run probably the most important of the 4 flights investigation? Jackie McGuire was a probationary officer 6 months out of Quantico. If you want to institute a cover-up, you need a young, dumb kid who's going to follow orders. Who was his new head of counterterrorism? Michael McGarity, who came from organized crime, and organized crime is a completely different model than terrorism. Michael McGarity is the principal architect today of lying to the families and keeping the documents that we know exist away from us. In LA, Steve Moore was put in charge of a 400-person FBI team looking at the activities of Hazmi and Midhar and looking at Thumeiri, Bayoumi, and the other 9 identified Saudi government officials. Being in LA at 3 a.m. every morning, he would personally call Director Mueller. He did it every 48 hours to update him on the investigation. Mueller is reporting to the President President Bush, for his daily intelligence briefing. Steve Moore is reporting to Director Mueller on the...
Yeah, I just want to pause here to weigh in. Sorry. What happened? Oh, I paused it to save resources. Listen, I want to weigh in here about Afghanistan. Yes, Afghanistan is probably closer to... It's kind of on the edge of the Middle East, but what you have to understand is the reason why we wanted to go in there was partially at the request of Israel, because look at the America and the way we have our bases in the Middle East. Our primary goal, literally our primary goal in the Middle East was encircling Iran. So, yes, Afghanistan is heading a little bit the other direction, but it was tactically useful for Israel, for us, for our companies. It was a failure, but we went in there to encircle Iran. That was the point.
Progress they're making in investigating Saudi government.
Yep, and one more point. I keep having to go backwards, but Murder by Maestro is right. Fent is a derivative. It is a non-naturally occurring synthetic derivative that was created in China. And one of the biggest issues is fentanyl. So fentanyl is an analog. Okay, it's an elephant. I think carfentanil and fentanyl are like elephant. Like they're meant for like animals. Okay, those drugs are not natural. They are artificial analogs of, they're potentiated analogs of opiates. Now, do you know, you want to know where fentanyl really came from, Murder by Maestro? You think that fentanyl came from the CCP? No. Fentanyl was a military-grade weapon first deployed by the Russian FSB during the Moscow theater surge in 2004 or whatever, when the Chechen rebels took over that theater in Moscow. You know what I'm talking about? Do you know what the Russian security service did to get those, like, they fucked up a little bit, but do you know what they did to get those, like, people, the Chechens in the theater? They used a fentanyl-based, it was probably carfentanil. They used a fentanyl-based nerve gas in the theater with their own citizens in the theater, and they fucked up because when they used what the Russians, so these Chechen rebels took over a theater in Moscow, and when they took it over, they had like explosives that if they lifted their finger off the trigger or pushed the trigger, they would go. And they also had, like, it was like a very militant form of Chechen rebels who like really knew how the FSB operated, the tactical teams that stormed these buildings for the Russians. And so what the Russians did to surprise them is they put a gas through the vent systems that was fentanyl based. But the problem is the gas was, in order for the gas to be effective 50 meters from the vent, it had to be at such a high dose near the vent that it killed all the people near the vent. So they killed a lot of their own people. But they took the Chechens out and they got them. But the point is, fentanyl is a military bioweapon. And it's not that the Chinese developed it. What they did is, once fentanyl became a thing, labs around the world could just make it. China intentionally, between 2004 and 2016, did not make fentanyl or carfentanil an illegal derivative under their Drug Control Act. Because of that, and they were doing this on purpose, they made it illegal domestically to consume and possess, but they did not make it illegal to produce in industrial quantities. So what happened, and this is really complicated, but I'll explain it to you because it's worth understanding. So in the 90s and the 2000s, the biggest backbone of the international drug cartels in Latin America were marijuana and methamphetamine. Now, the reason why methamphetamine was a big driver of the cartel's backbone is not what you think. It's not because it was being made locally in America. No, there was a plant in India, 6 plants actually, that were producing pseudoephedrine because the Indian government wasn't really enforcing it, that were producing like 90% of the world's supply of the precursor chemicals to make pseudoephedrine. Now, the United States eventually in like 96 or something shut all of these plants down. And so at that point, the cartel's backbone was marijuana. From 1996 until about 2014, the primary, like the New Jalisco cartel, New Generation cartel, Mexican Mafia, whatever, their primary backbone was marijuana until 2014. Then the U.S. states around the country started legalizing marijuana, and you want to know the real reason why every politician and the security state and everyone is okay with legalizing marijuana and they don't care? It's because the primary goal is to eradicate the cartel's backbone. They don't actually care about marijuana as a policy issue. They want to take away money from the cartel. So they did that by legalizing marijuana throughout the United States, medically and adult use. Within 4 years, like of 2008, 4 to 6 years of the first state starting to legalize, the cartel's cannabis profits fell by over 75%. You can track this. People study this. And what happened after that, and this is where carafentanil and fentanyl come in, and it all lines up. You can trace it. Prior to like 2014, like there was no, it was around, okay, Fent was around like in patches, like, but it was mostly something that like you saw in very sick people with like cancer who like had to put a patch on their skin because they were in such pain all the time that the only way they could get relief was by that kind of breakthrough patch. What you never really, and you would see like people like smoking the things, like they abused them, like, cause you could like take the shit out of the patch, like you could whatever, but it was like a very rare thing, okay? Like you didn't just get Fent. And you certainly didn't have to worry back in the day about like whether whether you were getting like something that had Fent in it. And I'm talking now, you, no matter where you go, festivals, whatever, you are not doing a drug unless you test it, because Fent is everywhere. But back then it was not. But look at the timing. The cartel's backbone gets absolutely decimated because we legalize marijuana and we screw up that methamphetamine ring that was running out of India. You know what happens as a result of that? The cartel says, okay, fine, we're going to turn to opiates. Well, they're not just going to like make prescription narcotics, and they're not going to trade in opium because we controlled Afghanistan. So you know what they do? They went to the Chinese suppliers, and this is where I think it was a little malicious by the Chinese government. I think the Chinese government knew that the cartels in Latin America were looking for a new source for their backbone, their primary moneymaker. And I think the Chinese government let their industrial suppliers for like 10 years until 2019 when President Trump got them to stop. I think they allowed them to produce massive quantities of fentanyl and carafentanil, send it to Mexico and Latin America, and have it run into the United States. The reason why we have a fentanyl problem is because the Chinese government facilitated industrial fentanyl production, either as like a form of retaliation for the opium wars or as a like FU to the United States, whatever the hell it was, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just tell you right now, there is no doubt in my mind whatsoever that the reason why fentanyl came to be so popular is because the Chinese government allowed the cartels to use it as a new backbone knowingly for like 7 years, and now the whole world is screwed. So it's not that China invented fentanyl, it's that I think the Russian State Security Service invented it in the 90s, and then the analogs that came out of fentanyl were weaponized by the Chinese government for the purposes, well, it was mutually beneficial, for the purposes of running drugs to the Latin American gangs, in particular in Mexico, to run them to the U.S. There's my theory. So, yeah, I know a lot of stuff about this. Let's go back to Bob Mueller. I think Murder by Maestro asked one question, and off I went.
Reporting, looking at the activities of Hazmi and Midhar, and looking at Thumeri, Bayoumi, and the other 9 identified Saudi government officials. Being in LA at 3 a.m. every morning, he would personally call Director Mueller. He did it every 48 hours to update him on the investigation. Mueller is reporting to the President President Bush, for his daily intelligence briefing. Steve Moore is reporting to Director Mueller on the progress they're making in investigating Saudi government officials. Enormous progress was made by the agents in the field in the first 2 or 3 months, until Bob Mueller deputized Michael McGarity and Jackie McGuire to shut them down. Subpoenas that have served would not be followed up. Interviews were canceled. It's over. So when Dan said, why did the 9/11 Commission exonerate Saudi Arabia? Because they were lied to by Robert Mueller under oath in Congress and others who did not want the commission to know what role the Saudi government played, because then Saudi Arabia is our ally in the war against Iraq. And he did not want the world to know about this colossal intelligence and law enforcement failure. The investigation was dead. The agents who were working the case are disgusted, horrified, and after a couple years, when the 9/11 Commission came out, and they know what a lie it is, on their own, they resurrect the investigation. In 2007, they go back to the witnesses and start building the criminal case that every one of them joined the FBI to do, to investigate and prosecute crime, not to be part of lying to America and lying to the families of 3,000 murdered Americans. Their investigation proceeded from 2007 until it was shut down in February, March, and April of 2016. At that point, we had President Obama in the White House and James Comey as director of the FBI. Now, you know, I was a fan until I learned this of President Obama. Joe Biden's a friend. I was his New York chair when he ran for president. My dad and I helped him in 1988 on his campaign. What President Obama did is the most treacherous and outrageous act I know of in our nation's history. President Obama and John Kerry wanted the Iran nuclear deal and the eventual normalization of relations with Iran as their signature foreign policy achievement. And it's a goal we all share. It'd be great if you could get Iran to abandon nuclear weapons and change. What was treasonous is the quid pro quo he entered into with King Salman. The Saudis and the Israelis, Netanyahu, were the strongest opponents to the Iran nuclear deal. Everyone in the room knows there was no shaking Netanyahu in opposing the Iran nuclear deal. But Obama thought he could shake the Saudis and get them to drop their opposition. With their opposition and the Israelis, there was no chance of it passing the Senate. So he cut a deal with King Salman, and his deal was, I will kill the 9/11 litigation if you stand down in opposing the Iran nuclear deal. That deal was struck. As we were mentioning before, when Congress passed JASTA overwhelmingly, Obama vetoed it, the only veto of his presidency that was overridden, and as I said, overridden 98-1, just Harry Reid dissented, and 346 to 77 in the House. What I thought at the time was that's what Obama did to kill the agent's investigation into 9/11. What I didn't know when JASTA was passed then was what happened in the Bureau. That's when James Comey had Michael McGarity and Jackie McGuire shut down the resurrected FBI investigation. So, you know, being at Dartmouth, the room is filled with smart people, and you're thinking, like, how does this guy know any of that? The answer is, after all these years, the agents who have worked the case, many of them have retired, and they've come to us and said, here's what we know. We want to finish what we started when we joined the Bureau. The only way for the truth to come out is for us to join with you. So when we demand documents from the FBI and the Department of Justice, we know exactly what we're looking for. So we have been in a fight, not just with Saudi Arabia, JASTA. Saudi Arabia hired 19 lobby firms, and my estimate is they were paid something between $50 and $100 million a year to lobby against us and kill JASTA. They enlisted veterans and put them up at the Trump Hotel and steak dinners and said, help us get rid of this stupid law, without telling the veterans that they were going to be screwing the 9/11 families, that JASTA was the law the families needed to lift the legal immunity that Saudi Arabia claimed. So we overrode the veto, we beat the Saudi lobbyists, JASTA became law, and we started our lawsuit against Saudi Arabia in 2016, 15 years after we've been engaged in this war. The Saudis were shocked. You know, they've got the king on their side, King Obama. They're spending $50 million. How can a bunch of cripples and widows and orphans hobbling around Congress beat them? So when I said at the beginning, you will be revolted by what our government did, but thrilled with what Americans can accomplish, that is what I'm talking about. Few dozen families saying, we're going to knock on every door and buttonhole senators and congressmen, beat Obama and beat the Saudi lobby. And, you know, now I'm waxing patriotic. There's no other country in the world where that can happen. In our battle with Saudi Arabia, not surprisingly, they're lying about the documents and keeping it from us, and they've got a lot of high-priced lawyers, and that's a tough fight. The fight we should not be having is the fight we have on a second front against the FBI and the Department of Justice. Now, we had served FOIA requests, Freedom of Information requests, to get documents we know are in the FBI files on the investigation into Saudi government officials. Here's some of the answers we got to our FOIA requests early on. The documents you seek contain information about Osama bin Laden. We will not give them to you because of his privacy interest in that information. Another one was, we're not giving you any documents unless you produce death certificates for the 19 terrorists. This is our government. This is coming from the Department of Justice. So we have asked for these files. We've been fighting this fight in court for a year and a half. The FBI has given us some documents, 5 tranches or batches. What they give us has redacted information. So I told you the name of the high Saudi official in Washington, D.C. who tasked Thumairy, that was redacted. And what we have were given under a protective order that precludes us from telling the families and speaking about it publicly. And I'm disgusted with these protective orders, and we're doing whatever we can to overturn them, but the judge is not terribly sympathetic. So We know, for example, that in early 2016, when the investigation was shut down, remember March, April, the agents wrote a big summary on their findings. It's there. It has this vast body of information about who, what, where, and how the Saudi government officials acted as the essential accomplices to al-Qaeda. We've asked for it. We haven't gotten it. The Senate unanimously passed a resolution, Resolution 610, calling upon the declassification and the release of this information. The FBI has ignored how many times do you get the Senate to do anything unanimously now? The FBI has ignored it. The Justice Department has ignored it. I and some of the families were with President Trump on 9/11. The next day, Attorney General Barr invoked state secrets and national security as an excuse to keep the FBI documents hidden. We're fighting that. We have some champions. Tomorrow, Tulsi Gabbard at 1 o'clock will hold a press conference saying release, the information to the families. So luckily, we've got a lot of people, fighting this fight, but we should not have to be fighting our own government. We're making progress in court, but for us to win in court could take another 5 or 10 years. So we're trying to enlist support in Washington for us to get the documents, because if we get the FBI files, the Saudis know the game is up. And probably all of you have been reading about Saudi Arabia's desire to take Aramco public, do the IPO for 5% of the company, a company that will be worth between, depending upon the estimates, 1.3 to $2 trillion, and New York is the preferred venue over Hong Kong or London. So we're operating in Washington to try and get support there, because there's no way that us and the families are going to stand for taking Aramco public 100 yards away from ground zero. So Saudi Arabia has to resolve the 9/11 case for the Aramco IPO in New York to happen, in my opinion. So our fight is on two fronts in court, with Saudi Arabia and with the FBI, and daily interaction with people in Washington who can help us and persuade, MBS, who was 15 when 9/11 occurred, to engage and resolve 9/11. Khashoggi. You want to hear about Khashoggi? Okay. So MBS's younger brother, KBS, was ambassador at age 28, Saudi ambassador to the United States. You may remember after Khashoggi was murdered, the NSA released some intercepts with communications from Khashoggi's phone to others, and that contained an intercept of communication between Khashoggi's phone and KBS's phone. Within 24 hours of that information being released by the NSA, KBS, what's the proper verb, tweeted the following message: I've not spoken to Khashoggi. I only texted him, and my last text was October 26, 2017. So I'm thinking, why put the date in? That's weird. So the best investigator in the world, who knows more about al-Qaeda terror financing than 100 people combined, I said, John, what happened that day? He said, oh, that's the day that one of our investigators met with Khashoggi in D.C. Because Khashoggi was, part of the intelligence community. He knew a lot about Saudi government involvement in 9/11.
No shit. What? He was an intelligence asset? Oh. Whoa. Mind blown. I'm not surprised. Mind blown.
That day, he said, oh, that's the day that one of our investigators met with Khashoggi in D.C. Because Khashoggi was, part of the intelligence community. He knew a lot about Saudi government involvement in 9/11. And he said, would you come to New York and talk to my boss? He said, yeah, I would do that. So I'm sure that as soon as she left, he called KBS and said, look, the 9/11 lawyers are on to me. They know that I know what you guys did. Now, I didn't give him anything, but you're holding my kid in Saudi Arabia? You harm one hair on his head, and I will. So my belief is Khashoggi was killed not because he was a dissident. It's a lot of dissidents, but because he was holding this axe over the Saudis' head.
No shit. Oh, man. Well, good thing I'm Yeah, this is not good. Bruh. I'm sorry to do that, but come on. This state, Saudi is out for us. We got to it's not just me. It's way listen. Listen, the ball's out. It's too late now. The ball is out of my hands. We have to talk as a country. They are not our ally. We need to talk as a country immediately about what we are going to do and what we feel we should do about this. This is very, very concerning. When he's saying intelligence community, that's a term in the Intelligence Act. He's saying Khashoggi was one of our people, and Khashoggi got killed because he was trying to protect his kid. So he called the Saudis. Now he's speculating, but the timing is right. Khashoggi called the Saudis and was like, I'm going to tell the Americans about what I know about you and 9/11 if you do anything to my kid. Instead, they lured him to Istanbul and killed him. I want to interview this guy. Oh, dear God. Maybe I should email him tonight.
So our fight continues. I could be doing this, for another 10 or 15 years, but I am hopeful that, with the enthusiasm and aid and support by people in Washington, we can kind of break through and bring Saudi Arabia to the table, because I know eventually they're going to lose, and engaging sooner would be better than all these details eventually coming out. So should I stop now and do some questions? Okay, that sounds good.
And I'll ask a few questions, and then before I'm stampeded, we'll turn it over to the audience. It's a lot for me to wrap my mind around. I'm going to have to completely rewrite my book.
We can co-author the next one.
Yeah. Well, if you give every different version, you can corner the market, right? So let's drill down a bit. From my work, I know that the way that some of these Saudi NGOs worked is that you might have management that was not criminally inclined, but that there were sort of rotten veins, that there were, corrupt lines of communications, and terrorist operations were being supported in different countries by people who were operating without the authorization of the head of these very large NGOs, in some cases. Is it your claim that these Saudi government officials were in effect operating in the same sort of way, or is it your claim that responsibility goes very high in the Saudi government?
Yeah, I don't know how high it goes in the Saudi government. I'd say this, given Saudi Arabia, you know, we think of a church-state distinction that doesn't exist there. So, to me, the charities are part of the Saudi government. It's part of the mission of the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. And they all have, you know, profit-making components, whether it's growing poppy, the walnut trade with Turkey's president when he was mayor of Istanbul. King Salman was involved in that, you know, and they cornered the walnut market, and money is being diverted to Al-Qaeda. So I think it was a government role. My real pitch, if MBS is sitting right next to me now, I would say this is the time to engage. Right now, we have taken culpability to 11 Saudi government officials in the United States. It's going to go up the totem pole eventually if we're forced to keep fighting.
So that raises a good question. MBS, I would say, is not in great odor these days.
Ruth, I want to address your point. So, Ruth, this guy is clearly in the intelligence community, I think. He basically said it. If he knows what you want him to say, listen. I think all of us should understand that he said what you want him to say, but he didn't say it directly. He basically said there were Saudis operating domestically, potentially with the powers that be looking the other way to do this. Okay? The elevator company, quote unquote, that redid that did weird work on the towers in the months before that, the insurance policies on the towers. Come on. I am an American to my core. I still think something happened there. I'm not saying that it was some grand conspiracy. I think there were people who really wanted to do that. Saudi Arabia is well funded and could do that. But when you ask me, like, how is it possible that someone rigged that building? That building was not, it didn't collapse from the pancake theory. That's nonsense. How did someone rig that building? Come on. The only way it happens is if you have a domestic intelligence apparatus like the Saudis operating with either like somebody allowing it or like somebody like an intelligence failure. His theory, and I think he's right, is that it wasn't that we allowed it to happen. There were intelligence failures that were very embarrassing. It shouldn't have happened, and there were probably some people in our government that got paid off. Like, that's kind of what he said. He wouldn't say it outright, and I don't think we did it. I don't think President Bush or whatever did it. I think that there were elements within the government, rogue elements, part of something called a Project for a New American Century. I think there were some rogue elements in the U.S. government who either wanted to do this, because their overarching plan was Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, Libya. Like, they had countries they wanted to overthrow. So I think there was like this rogue kind of right-wing, I'm not saying right-wing in the sense of political, like rogue, like hard war style, like expansionist, like people who, like territorial expansionists who are not Irish setters, who wanted to go in there, and they were happy because there was this thing going on, all right, with these, you know, with Saudi, and if anything, it was a little bit of a wink and a nod from the U.S., you know, they call it the Washington Consensus, but really it's just like the unnamed, the faceless powers that be, who to allow it. It's not that we did it; it's that some people in the government knew about it and were either got paid off or thought it would be helpful. That's what he's not saying, but he's basically saying it.
Because of Khashoggi and Yemen kidnapping the Lebanese Prime Minister the blockade against Qatar, a few other things, small business, all of them. But the one thing that he has done that has earned him a lot of positive reviews in the West is bringing the religious establishment to heel and supposedly putting, modernizers in charge of these enormous organizations, the World Association of Muslim Youth, the International Islamic Relief Organization, so on and so forth. If he can make a compensation without admitting that the royal family, for example, was involved, that these were all unauthorized activities, why hasn't he done that?
I don't think he knows about it and is engaged, but you're right. I mean, he has said there's nothing magical about 1979 and Wahhabism over the last, 30 years. So if you were he, I would say in keeping with what you're doing, you have actions taken by Saudi government officials when you were 15 under an old regime. You can demonstrate your commitment to a more inclusive form of Islam by moving past that. And Bassem told me a story. The first day that President Sisti was in office after the Muslim Brotherhood, he went to the home of a woman who had been
He's talking about Egypt after 2014.
The first day that President Sisti was in office after the Muslim Brotherhood, he went to the home of a woman who had been kidnapped and beaten, by the Muslim Brotherhood, and washed her feet. And in that world, he's not saying I did it, I'm not responsible for what the Muslim Brotherhood has done, but as the new current head of the country, it's incumbent upon me to demonstrate our desire to move past a painful past. So I think it's a perfect narrative. Our challenge...
All right, hold on though. Now I'm getting the vibe is like he wants that to happen, but I also think I need to listen to what his challenge is, but I don't think that there's an appetite among any of these countries to do what he's saying. It's a front. He just told us earlier, it's a front. He's kind of saying MBS maybe wants to shift away from it, but you think he's going to get rid of 30 years of institutional structure? Old regime. You just told me King Solomon answers to the Wahhabists. He's saying that he wants, so what he's doing is he's kind of encouraging an interfactional war within Saudi Arabia. He wants MBS to take out the Wahhabists, but I'm wondering if the realpolitik, and he's the expert, clearly, I'm wondering if the realpolitik of it is, and I need to listen to what he's going to say, that's not what they want to do.
Is, you can't get through 150 U.S. lawyers and functionaries to him, in court.
Well, they do have a significant part.
You see what he's saying? I think this professor, the one who's asking the questions, might know MBS because of how he's talking. And I think that other dude that was like, well, I'd like to talk to him. Now, here's the thing. You can't negotiate foreign policy on behalf of the United States. He's suing him, so it's different. It's a settlement. But I asked an international lawyer once, a big-time lawyer who does international law. He gave a lecture, and I asked him at the end of lecture, are you ever worried about the Logan actor Farah? He's like, well, I know of those, but I've never been worried about them.
Part of Washington, D.C. on their payroll, so there are a number of channels you could use there. I'll give you some names afterwards.
What did he say in response to that?
Current head of the to move past. Our challenge is, you can't get through 150 U.S. lawyers and functionaries to him, in court.
Well, they do have a significant part of Washington, D.C. on their payroll, so there are a number of channels you could use there. I'll give you some names afterwards.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is it possible? Is it possible? Is it possible? Yeah, no, it's, remember, Anthony Barton, the Muslim Brotherhood got overthrown. Like, the West controls Egypt after 2014. That's why Israel is, I mean, they don't love Egypt, but they're not really worried about them. Same with Jordan. Jordan's been an Israeli puppet state since, what, 87 or 97 or whatever? But there was a good point that was just that I was just thinking about, which is he was talking about how much influence Saudi has over the U.S. What if the father-in-law, what if Egyptian intelligence was like tangential to this, and what if the real reason the dude got off is it's Saudi intelligence? Because then that would line up with what these guys are talking about. If it was Saudi intelligence, that's why he skated with 18 months. It wasn't a spy swap. He was Saudi. Saudi owns the government. Oh, no.
So here I'm going to press you. Here's one problem I have with the narrative, and that is the role of Bob Mueller. Since I work closely with Bob Mueller, and in my view, he's...
Oh, my God. Both of these dudes are in the intelligence community. I work closely with Bob Mueller. Okay.
Here I'm going to press you. Here's one problem I have with the narrative, and that is the role of Bob Mueller. Since I work closely with Bob Mueller, and in my view, he's the straightest of straight arrows, and if he saw something as horrible as you're suggesting, I would find it kind of out of character that he would want to hush it up. Now, as we have discussed earlier, there's no question that in Washington there was a sense that the CIA had failed, but the FBI had failed catastrophically, and that there was a danger that the FBI was going to be so demoralized by this failure that it would not recover. But even so, I have to say, I question whether it's Mueller. Isn't there someone further down the line who might have...
Bob Mueller in 2003 testifies in Congress, until the formation of the 9/11 Commission, I had no information that Saudi government officials were involved. Steve Moore has testified under oath, I was briefing Bob Mueller every 48 hours.
So it's one of those things. Yeah.
It's one of those things, but look at the circumstances and who was an incentive to continue. I mean, it's like Watergate. You do one bad thing, and then you start trying to keep pushing it under the rug deeper and deeper and lying and lying. And as between Steve Moore and what the agents were doing, I mean, why would Steve Moore and others make up a lie about talking to Mueller? And in fact, we know. I mean, we can trace their movements. Mm-hmm. The 9/11 Commission says, for example, there's no evidence that Thumairy met Hazmi and Midhar directly. We have direct evidence of 6 meetings.
There's a discrepancy there. Yeah.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah. In your view, does one of the things that analysts have picked up on and often criticized is why was the entire bin Laden family quickly hustled out of the country? Is that something that also plays a role in your
yeah? I mean,
assessment?
I have no doubt that immediately Bandar said, "Oh, look, the public's going to be up in arms. We got to get all these innocent people out of there." But you look at every one of the Saudi government officials who were involved, who we want to depose, they were all either voluntarily or deported to Saudi Arabia. I mean, you take a step back. Here's the largest murder in U.S. history. Anyone, in law enforcement, you have one active shooter, there's going to be 15 witnesses who got him, lunch and, a car or whatever. Not a single person has been arrested or indicted. So there was a concerted effort to move the Saudi Arabian officials and other Saudi Arabians who were involved out of the country. And obviously they're not coming back now.
So there is one other conspirator, at least, who's in jail, Moussaoui.
Yeah.
Has he provided any information?
Yeah, so my team went to Supermax and
In
talked
Florence,
to,
Colorado?
Yeah, talked to Moussaoui, and he had some interesting things to say. Got to think of what's under this hated protective order and what isn't. The one thing I can say is Moussaoui was not the 20th hijacker. We know who, or sure who the 20th is. It's not Moussaoui, it's somebody else.
Okay.
And just as an aside, one flight was a hijacker short. I have no way of knowing this, but I think the reason why the 9/11 attacks occurred that day was the dogs are onto them, and I think they feared that they were going to be unmasked. So I think the attack may have been rushed. I'm going to digress a little bit. The Coles. So Hazmi and Midhar go down to San Diego. The Coles sister ship, the John Paul Jones, was there. We believe they scouted out the John Paul Jones and observed how ships could approach, and that information, when one of them went back and spoke to bin Laden, was given and used for the Cole attack. I also think that their initial reason for going to San Diego was to launch a terror attack on the Ronald Reagan, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, which was mysteriously moved from San Diego to Norfolk, Virginia that summer. Now, since the CIA had been tracking them, my own guess is CIA to the Defense Department. Ooh, you better move the Ronald Reagan.
So last question. Have you had any conversations with any Saudi officials about this?
No.
No.
None.
By choice, or they won't take the meeting?
Well, the way it would work is I could talk to their lawyer who's been paid whatever, $50 million to defend the case, and say, why don't we talk settlement? And it's going to go nowhere. I mean, the only way it will happen is from the top, for MBS to say to someone, why don't we explore some possibilities of resolution?
Did we just lose the mic?
Was that me? Okay. Can you hear me okay? Okay, I must have squirmed.
Okay. Questions, please.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, can you just wait for the microphone so that posterity will know your question?
I can't assume that Mueller was acting independently or on his own actions. So what was the connection with Bush?
Yeah.
I assume that Mueller wasn't acting independently and on his own initiative. So what was the connection with the Bush?
My own belief is, given President Bush's affinity with Bandar and the Saudis and his desire to go to war with Iraq with the Saudis, he and others made it perfectly clear we don't want to hear anything about others who were involved, particularly a key ally whose oil we needed. I have no reason to think that President Bush ever talked to Bob Mueller about this directly. My own belief is Mueller had his own interest in the story not coming out, and it perfectly coincided with President Bush, who wanted a close relationship with Saudi Arabia for the war in Iraq.
Let me just ask, do we have any students, first of all? No? Well, in that case. Wait, we have a student.
Hi, I'm Matt.
Hi, Matt.
So if if you think that this was mostly Saudi driven, what do you think this says about the kind of surveillance and suspension of habeas corpus that President Bush activated after 9/11?
I think it's independent. There was a lot of hysteria after 9/11 and a lot of, outrageous bigotry that you saw reflected in officials' actions and legislation. But I don't think that had any cause and effect or any nexus with what the Saudi government officials had done. In fact, you can play the imaginary game of let's go back in time and had it been handled differently. And look, I'm a big believer in being truthful. And I think it could have been a very different world if instead of what happened said, okay, there's Saudi government officials involved. We're identifying the ones who were involved. The Saudi government is responsible for the actions of its officials. But this is not an indictment of the Islamic world. I think, we'd all be in a way better place.
I kind of meant I didn't say this, but of Iranian officials and Iranian citizens. I didn't say that. But.
Yeah, so we have a judgment against Iran for the 9/11 victims, and Iran played a role, a small role compared to Al Qaeda. Here's what Iran did. 8 or 9 of the hijackers transited Iran on the way to the Afghan al-Qaeda training camps. Iranian officials, knowing they were al-Qaeda, and they had special markers in their passports indicating they were al-Qaeda, did not stamp their passports with an Iranian stamp. An Iranian stamp in their passports would have made it impossible for them to get U.S. visas. So, one of the weird things is we tend to think that there's no cooperation, but there was a nexus between Iran and al-Qaeda, Saudi Arabia and al-Qaeda, other terror groups. There were occasions when all their interests would coalesce. So that's what Iran did. And that's why we have huge judgments against Iran. But Iran's role compared to Saudi Arabia's role, is small. So Iran's role was not operational control. It was Revolutionary Guard, Al-Qaeda, meetings and sharing information. The weird thing, I've talked about these terror conventions, and it's like, data technology people's conventions or automotive conventions. They all get together and say, what's working? What's a hot idea? Let's, share some ideas.
So actually, I want to follow up on that because you started saying something when you were at the podium, and then I don't think you made the connection. How do we get from the Vincennes to the Bojinka plot?
Yeah. So after the Vincennes was shot down, Iran vowed revenge. Iran then, and still today, is working through other terror groups, Palestinian General Command, Hamas, etc. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was kind of a freelancer. So in the groups talking about how to wreak revenge, they came up with the idea of, for Iran, we're going to destroy 10 aircraft. And remember the 2 Air India planes, east and west, who were bombed? I think that was part of the Bojinka plot. So, here's how they all would cooperate and morph. So, Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine General Command has a cell in Germany. they've built 10 IEDs, improvised explosive devices, to be put in checked luggage to blow up U.S. air carriers. The German police raid the cell in Neuss, Germany, October of 1988, disrupting this plot. That's when the Iranians subcontracted their attack to Gaddafi. Reputedly, Gaddafi was paid $10 million by Iran for having the JSO, it's his intelligence agency, do the Pan Am 103 plot. Symbolically and intentionally, we insisted upon a payment of $10 million per death for each of the 270 murdered people in Pan Am 103. So, you know, the world is filled with coincidences. Captain Macquarie was the captain of Pan Am Flight 103. His son flew the lead F-16 in the Tripoli bombing.
Interesting. Okay, more questions. Right there, you've been very patient.
Hi, my name is Liz.
Hi, Liz.
I have a very basic question about the mental state of King bin Salman, because I was under the impression that right when he became king, he was out to lunch, as you know. So you were talking about Obama and he negotiating, but I didn't even think he was making decisions back then.
The previous king.
King Abdullah.
Abdullah. Okay, thank you. Is Salman capable of making decisions?
I don't know. You know, the stories you read is MBS is the effective head of the Saudi government. Although we saw Salman step in and pull back the IPO a year ago. You know, and there was some supposition that, you know, MBS might be removed as crown prince. Well, you know, yeah, yes and no. I mean, the notion of being able, with impunity, to kill someone who threatens your nation is not a notion unique to him in that country or that world. So I don't know. You know, when he removed Prince Nayef was crown prince, and he was deputy crown prince, and he bumped out Nayef and kind of held him.
Mohammed bin Nayef.
Yeah, held him hostage. And there was a real power play among these two branches of the royal family, and MBS seems to have won out.
Have you had any contact with anyone at Guantanamo?
No, we've asked for permission to depose some of them, and that's been granted in theory, and in theory we're going to take those depositions. And I have mixed feelings about those depositions, and frankly, I don't think it's essential for our case, and I don't know that anyone there could or would provide meaningful information on what Saudi government officials did.
I'm looking on this side of the room. Back here.
What would have been the geopolitical objective of the high Saudi officials involved in this plot, in this 9/11 plot? Did they achieve it? And what would be the result of there being some fessing up for having done so?
Yeah. Well, I don't know who the highest officials were. My guess is personal advancement, support from the Wahhabi mullahs for actively assisting bin Laden. And, you know, there's this university, Iman U, and that's where all the imams are trained and the Saudi government officials who populate the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. So you have this ministry directly dedicated to the spread of Wahhabism. I mean, if you'd ask me, what would be a great thing for MBS to do would be to say, I, as a young man, am turning the page on what some people in our government did 20 years ago, because the planning is now more than 20 years ago, and I am disbanding or altering the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. I mean, that's the best way to lend teeth to his statement, I'm, clamping down on the Wahhabi extremists.
Hi, my name is Jim. We were in Iran a couple of years.
Hold on, I want to Google something. Does the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Islamic Affairs still exist? I'm going to guess the answer is yes. Yes, it still exists. Okay, I'm a little worried.
Ago, and what the Iranians say, first of all, they're very pro-American. If you talk to people on the street, they're very welcoming.
Wait a minute. That is not what the woman on the TV said the other day. She said she hated Americans.
Americans. What they say is, we are surrounded by hostile people, the Saudis, the Israelis. They want to kill us. They're trying to destroy us. And all we want to do is protect ourselves. They say they don't have an air force. So what do you say to that argument?
I don't know. There have been and there are times when the Saudis and the Iranians cooperate. So clearly, each of them is saying we are the threatened party under attack, and we're protecting themselves. I mean, that's why when I talk about President Obama and this deal, I would love to see a denuclearized and Iran open and accessible to the West and at peace. I mean, let me add one other thing. These wars serve a purpose. So the war in Yemen is the way in which MBS has made his wealth in the post-oil era. I mean, you go back 20 years ago and you had to, you want a deal, you want, Saudi oil, you have to pay big bribes. Now, any contract, anything the Saudis buy, a percentage, 25%, 30%, has to be paid to a local Saudi company, to help rejuvenate the Saudi economy. Well, guess who owns those local companies? So, if you need to buy billions and billions of dollars of arms and nuclear power plants from Westinghouse and others, you need a war to justify all those arms, or a potential war with a country like Iran. So
Oh no. This was 5 years ago. Do you all understand what this man is saying? No, yeah, but it's no. Listen. It's not that Saudi Arabia wants to pull us in to fight its wars. Did you hear what he was saying about Westinghouse? Those are American companies. We're a big part of our domestic economy. Like, Saudi owns us. Like, the reason why we're going along with all this shit is because they own us. It's not our politics. They own our entire industrial base, because our economy depends on selling them lots of stuff, especially like our defense economy. Oh, this is really bad. So we are going to go to war with Iran. We absolutely are, because that's going to save the domestic economy. That's what he's saying. And I mean, I'm kind of worried that that's where we're going.
it relates to your question. I think there's an enormous amount of personal interest at play rather than ideology. But, I'm no expert. I've never been to either country. It's just from, what I'm gathering in a tangential way, with my.
He's an expert.
My work.
Right over here.
Thanks for coming. My name's Luke. So just trying to understand then motivation on the U.S. side. Are you claiming then that President Bush's motivation for invading Iraq was sort of family related because he wanted just revenge for his father and he was completely ignoring any sort of other motivation? It was purely like you're taking sort of a psychological analysis of President Bush then?
Yes.
I think that misunderstands it, and the reason. So hold on, he's saying yes, but he's the real reason that he doesn't want to answer that question is because he's not he's a loyal American. This lawyer, I think he knows it was PNAC and Rumsfeld. If I were interviewing this professor, oh my God, this lawyer, that would be a great interview. Because what I would say to him, one of the things I would ask is, so do you sympathize with Fukuyama when he realized what Rumsfeld and PNAC, Project for a New American Century, was up to in Iraq and Afghanistan or whatever in 2003? Do you sympathize with that? Because he knows the real motive. It wasn't just Saudi Arabia. The real motive for Bush going into Iraq and whatever, it was all Cheney and Halliburton and the defense industrial complex. He doesn't want to talk. He wants to talk about it a little bit, but he doesn't want to touch on that because he's not willing to. He knows, this guy's a Republican, I think, but he knows that's what it was really about. Yes, a lot of this other stuff plays into it, and especially Saudi's role. But fundamentally, it was because it was a geostrategic aim of neocon warmongers, not Republicans, a faction of neocon warmongers who thought it would benefit industrial economic conditions and would lead to a lot of money for companies. That's what industrial economic production is all about. If we went into these wars, and they wanted the resources in the countries, and it's not an it wasn't the citizens of America. It was a very specific segment of the political and defense establishment. It's like what President Eisenhower warned about in his last speech, the defense military industrial complex. And this lawyer won't answer it, but I think in his heart of hearts, I can tell he knows, but he doesn't want to say it.
Okay, that was the shortest answer of the day.
Thank you.
About right here while we're... Victor, come over here. Whoop.
And remember, after 9/11, you got to do something. You want a war to show we're hitting back. So I think he had his antipathy towards Saddam Hussein, and he needed an enemy, and he needed a target.
So you mentioned, Jim, here.
Half. I think that's half and half. The real answer is there was an agenda in certain countries for the U.S. to go in, and it helped our establishment. It helped our defense establishment. 15 minutes before bed, by the way. So if you got questions, I'll try to answer them before bed. We're going to do a short closing tonight, though. I'm going to watch the end of this 15 minutes. Going to do I'll do the third part of the outro, but then we're going to bed. It's been a long day, and I just broke the biggest story of my career, and I'm pretty sure I'm right about it. I'm 99.98% right that a military defense system deployed in the field was compromised by Saudi and Egyptian intelligence in the 1990s by way of the patent.
Mentioned that Attorney General Barr suppressed release of the FBI report. Have you had any other interactions with the current administration or any smoke signals from them that indicate a change in approach to your litigation?
Here's what I think, yes. I mean, we had a very positive meeting with President Trump on 9/11. I think, Bill Barr is new to this. Here's the point. we've been seeking specific documents, the 2012 FBI summary, 2016, the evidence referred to as to what this high Saudi government official did. Legally, to invoke national security and state secrets, it has to be personally done by the head of the agency. It can only be done by Bill Barr personally. Now, we got an affidavit from Bill Barr and Michael McGarity. Michael McGarity says there's an active investigation, which is a complete lie, and national security, state secrets justify keeping this information from the families. In his affidavit, Bill Barr did not say, I have personally reviewed these documents and I personally have determined that their release would threaten national security and state secrets. So I think, government and bureaucracy, you know better than I think, he had a report from McGarity and others, this is going to jeopardize an active investigation and we need you to sign an affidavit. So he did. And keep in mind what is remarkable and offensive about this. There are many cases where the government has invoked national security and state secrets. Every one of those cases involves CIA activities in another country, intelligence in another country. There has never been a case of domestic murder where national security and state secrets were involved. Now, 9/11 is still a mass murder case in our country to be investigated and the perpetrators and their accomplices prosecuted. And the reason that hasn't happened is the identity of those accomplices and, in my opinion, the intelligence and law enforcement failure from January 15th, 99 through 9/11.
I can talk loud. Why then did they release the name of the third person who you now believe or have now learned was a Saudi government official? Why did they? I mean, they gave you that, they threw you that bone, but they gave you nothing else. Why did they give you that name?
The families were personally asking for it. So if you're going to handle it on a superficial level, I mean, we have said there is a file, we need to see the file, we need to see the evidence. And the most outrageous example is keeping from the families the name and identity of the higher official and what he did. So when you deal at the highest levels of government with the presidency, you get, we're going to help, give him the name. So I am optimistic that we're going to be able to break through. I don't think certainly the president or Bill Barr personally, has any familiarity with all this. And I'm trying to encourage them. Friday will be, the government's papers are due on Friday. We filed a motion to give us this information. So I am hoping that we can get the attention. The challenge is not to convince the highest people, the president, Bill Barr. The challenge in dealing with the administration is to get them to focus sufficiently to overcome what I see as a clear cover-up being perpetrated by McGarity and McGuire. And to state the obvious, when the news is, other than Baghdadi, is impeachment, and everything else, it is enormously hard, to break through. I mean, I get called an optimist because I've been doing this for 19 years.
Hey, anyone wondering if the impeachment of President Trump was actually to put pressure on him so President Trump wouldn't go along with this investigation into Saudi Arabia?
And I'm never going to stop.
I mean, if Saudi Arabia has that much money and control over domestic U.S. politics, then why wouldn't they get the Democrats to go after President Trump with an impeachment that was just a lot of noise? I mean, I get the Vinnick thing, but it was mostly noise. If there was any like misconduct, it had to do with the FBI misleading the FISA court about Carter Page. The FBI tried to get a warrant to spy on the Trump campaign by saying, under the liberals, by saying that Carter Page was a Russian agent. But in reality, Carter Page was a CIA asset who was working for a professor named Stephen Halper in UK, and the reason why Carter Page had contact with Russians is because he was working as a CIA agent. So the FBI asked the CIA if, before they went to the FISA court to get a warrant on Carter Page and the Trump campaign, if Carter Page was in the CIA, and the CIA said yes, but then the FBI agents, I think it was Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, they manipulated, one of them, or one of the agents on the case manipulated the text, the message from the CIA, and then the FBI lied to the FISA court and said Carter Page was not a CIA agent when he actually was. And the reason why that was such a big deal is the FISA court is what you can use to spy domestically on people, but it's an ex parte court in, like, I think it's in like Michigan or Minnesota or something, but it's a very secret court, and the government goes in alone without you there and can get a warrant on you. And because the FBI, Jim Jordan, the congressman, went on like a 5-year crusade because of this one issue. He wanted to get rid of like the FISA court authority under 702 or whatever it is of the FISA Act. He wanted to get rid of it because when the FBI went to the FISA court on the Carter Page warrant to spy on Trump, the FBI said this guy's not in the CIA. Well, if the FISA court was made aware the guy was in the CIA, Carter Page, then all of his Russian contacts wouldn't have been probable cause to get the warrant. They never would have spied on the Trump campaign. Do you see what I'm saying? Like this, it wasn't I really think that the Saudi Arabian machine in the United States put the money behind the impeachment effort because they wanted to pressure President Trump not to investigate this Saudi Arabian thing. I'm sure there was multiple motives, but it wouldn't be surprising to me because this guy was just like, hey, like I just had a meeting with President Trump. You don't just get that for the first time. This dude was trying to get President Trump to do something about the Saudi Arabian issue during his whole presidency. And also remember the Vegas shooting happens right around this time, right like 6 months before that. And that Vegas shooting thing was definitely like Trump's own intelligence community going to war with itself related to MBS versus MBZ. And I think without President Trump being told, I think the U.S., parts of the U.S. intelligence community and Saudi intelligence tried to kill MBS on U.S. soil, and they didn't get away with it. And so I think that situation plus this situation led to the President Trump's impeachment, which was not actually real. It was a lot of noise to stop people from figuring out what was going on, which was it was all a Saudi influence campaign over President Trump. And that worries me a little bit, but I also think President Trump probably realizes that it's not just Israel, it's Saudi pushing this war. And so you can see he's pushing for peace because I think he realizes what is actually going on here, which is it's a wider sort of enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing with Israel and Saudi Arabia, but neither of them are necessarily friends to the U.S. They're only interested in their own interests, which is quite extreme.
And I am certain we're going to win. It's not that I'm optimistic about winning. It's we're telling the truth and we're right. And eventually, stars will align so we get the attention of the people with real control who can make it right. And I think it's going to happen, but the challenge I see in Washington is to overcome the power and influence of those who've been perpetrating the cover-up and get the time and attention from those who can do something about it.
If you were granted everything that you're going for, every court, every fight that you're in, that you're granted everything, could you give all of us some idea of the result, the fate of those in Washington and those in Saudi Arabia that would be the result of your having everything?
I don't know. I think the whole story will come out eventually. And, you know, the Obama-Salman deal is going to change the way history sees President Obama. I think MBS has an opportunity with us to really move Saudi Arabia forward. I mean, if they stop thinking of us as, you know, an enemy to be quashed and defeated by lobbyists, but an opportunity to move past a problem they have that isn't going to go away.
Well, so I want to talk to this lawyer, because if nothing has changed and MBS, if the Saudi states over the past 5 years has not changed at all, then that means like he was hopeful, but he was wrong, and that they do hate us, and that this is very bad. And that President Trump might realize this, but it's an untenable position. If Saudi owns all the defense contractors, if they have had spies here for years, like, it's untenable.
And only get worse. You know, his history could be kind to him. Oh, you know, other things come to mind, which is something you'll be interested in knowing. The mastermind of Khashoggi's murder, Qahtani, is, you know, one of the people who was very close to MBS. He is not one of the 11 charged with murder or crimes in Saudi Arabia. Qahtani is the man who tried to kill Jasta. He's on the FARA forms hiring the Washington, D.C. lobbyists to prevent Jasta from becoming law. So, you know...
notice we talked about FARA earlier, Foreign Agent Registration Act. This guy saying, like, these big people, like, they really have influence here. Saudi.
You know, you have this weird scenario where everything coalesces. And, you know, if he wants to get past the Khashoggi murder and 9/11, I mean, here you have the man who was instrumental in one physical murder and an attempted murder of legislation that freed the families to sue Saudi Arabia.
So I have a question for you. Having paid my dues in the government, I am quite sure that pretty much every general counsel and every agency would have been lobbying the White House to preserve sovereign immunities. And I guess the question that I have then is, and I think the president would have been naturally inclined to preserve sovereign immunities and therefore to veto Jasta. What is the evidence that there was some kind of deal with the Saudis in return for which they would not campaign against the Iran nuclear deal? Because as far as I can tell, they campaigned pretty heavily against the Iranian nuclear deal.
Well, they did, and then all of a sudden they stood down for a 6-month period, and then it's passed. So there's two answers. One, I know, but I can't tell you, which is that answer. I know. The second part of the answer is you know better than I, but there must be, and I'm sure there are, extensive White House memoranda prepared, because he didn't go into that meeting alone, between translators and others. So I am sure that the documentation is there, but has never seen the light of day. And on that score, you know, it's funny. I mean, you know, with all the talk about the dark state, to me, there really is a dark state, but no one is talking about who and what and where it is. Because this is the dark state, you know, not, in my opinion, not all this other stuff.
So we have, I'm not going to call them out, I'm not going to embarrass them, but we have at least 2 or 3 deep staters in the audience. And I know that you have, as a litigator,
this is straight, this is like an intelligence community forum. This is fascinating.
Invite them to, if they have any critiques, if they want to put them forward. But since I will protect sources and methods, I won't point them out unless...
Sources and methods is not a professor or journalist term. These people are all spooks. This is wonderful. I'm so glad we watched this. This is great. I think I'm the only person who does live research on YouTube. But you know what? I'm having the time of my life. Hello, Ruth Lang. Hello, Anthony Barton, Kitty Cat, at Filthy Rat Bastard. Thank you for being here, Sun-Eyed Girl. We're learning. I agree. The Mueller connection is interesting. He's clearly a Democratic, not just a Democratic person. Like, there is a government that runs this country that we don't know about.
Unless they raise their hands. Are you a deep stater? You could have fooled me.
If I may have used my role as a mic passer to ask you a question. Seeing as how you can't really provide the full details of this case or of this process, what do you think the narrative that you are describing how do you think that the narrative that you're describing might impact the perception of American Middle Eastern relations, et cetera, since people are allowed to come to conclusions that are perhaps insubstantiated by true details that you may not be able to communicate or that you might not be sure on?
Well, there's two reasons I can't provide all the details. One is time, and the other is these protective orders. So it is the Justice Department, with the blessing of the court, that has ordered us to not reveal any of the material we're given under the protective orders we hate. All I can tell you is what I'm doing or trying to do here in an hour is give you, in kind of a single package, the cliff notes, so you get the main points of what's been happening for 20 years.
That student did not understand the room he was in. The student was trying to make a point about, like, aren't you worried you're going to, like, demonize people from the Middle East or undermine American Middle Eastern relations? No, bro. Like, these people know way more about, like, the classified world than you do. They're not saying that. They're saying that, like, that point. Oh my God, I couldn't deal with it. I could deal with it Socratically, but the question is just, it insults the room that the student is. I don't mean to degrade the student, but you have to realize the room you're in. Like, okay, there's a place and time for ideological debate. You're in the presence of the American intelligence community, and you have a chance to ask them about, like, how to best protect American national security interests in light of emerging and complex socio-political dynamics in the Middle East. Ask a question about that. My God.
Okay. You've been very patient.
Is there anything that we could do to help your efforts?
Oh, I don't think you should have asked that.
Yes, I'm bad at the technology. There is a website, Declassify the FBI 9/11 Files, or something like it. And it's open to the public. It's largely populated by the 9/11 community. But you could get on that. And, the old adage is, sure, talk to your congressman and just say, your senators. I mean, the Senate has already passed this resolution to declassify. But I would say, sure, speak to your congressmen and senators and say, who you are, what you listen to, and what can you do to get the 9/11 FBI files declassified and given to the 9/11 families? It's of concern. And to state the obvious, when it's of concern to a lot of voters, things are going to happen.
Is that a binding resolution or non-binding?
Non-binding. So we want to get a House resolution. So if we have a joint resolution, it's passed to the president, just to get
send him a
him,
message, right?
Right.
Okay.
Eyes on it.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
Looking back over the last few years, Trump, when he became president, made his first trip as a head of state to Saudi Arabia. Do you think there was anything in that, or sheer stupidity?
Maybe this is the first time I say no comment. No, I
That
think
was
it
the
a-
infamous picture when President Trump was touching the globe with the Saudis. That was a weird picture.
When it happened, I and the clients were, the families were really worried. I think it's turned out to be a good thing for us if he engages because of the relationship that he and Jared and others have.
Well, hold on. See, he's not revealing the full story either. It's not the relationship. It's that it's not what it seems. Okay, so 666 Fifth Avenue. Jared Kushner's father was into some stuff. He was like a real estate guy or something. And the Kushner family used to own or owned most of 666 Fifth Avenue. But it was like this really complex ownership structure, and it was the asset was not appreciating in value fast enough to cover the liabilities, basically. So what happened was Kushner, I think it was Jared, it might have been another Kushner family. The Kushner Family Trust might actually own the building. They entered into this convoluted deal with Saudi Arabia where it was the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, where they got access to a substantial amount of money, but it came with a balloon payment that came due it was weird. Like, it was way before President Trump was running for office, but the balloon payment came due right around this time too. And I think the Saudis helped Kushner out by just waiving it. So, when he says relationships, what he's talking about is that the Saudis lent the Kushner family a lot of money. And see how he's being so diplomatic because he needs President Trump to help him. So he's trying not to go at Kushner, but I'm sure that I know what he's talking about there because I know the relationship between the Saudis and 666 Fifth Avenue and Kushner. So what I'm saying is, this guy is very smart, but he's being diplomatic. He has an agenda, which is a good thing. He's trying to help the 9/11 families, but he has to avoid alienating the power brokers in this. I think he lost in the end, not because of President Trump, but because of the Saudi lobby. But that man is not just a diplomat. We were talking about how Paula is really skilled. Paula is good at what she does. That is like a 60-year career intelligence asset who is very good at what he does. Better than anyone I've ever seen. The guy to his right, the professor asking him questions, is a genius as well. But the guy to his right is a little more liberal. And this guy is more right.
And others have. Clearly he was determined to do something different than previous presidents who would go to, London or whatever. And he obviously reacted very positively to the gold and ceremony and everything else.
The orb.
Yeah, the orb.
Don't forget the orb.
Yeah.
Okay, well, before I ask you to thank our speaker, I just want to tell you that tomorrow, 4:30 in 5.
All right. Okay. That was great. I'm so glad we watched that. I'm exhausted. I need to rest. I need to get ready for tomorrow. I'm telling you, folks, this story, don't lose track of this story about the Saudi Arabian intelligence connection to that patent. It's a big deal. It has to do, it's a harbinger that the bigger things are happening. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's not that we don't love we analyze governments, right? We love our towel friends around the world. They are not their government, which is why we extend so many fluffy towel hugs all the time. Now, well, hold on. And again, let's bifurcate between governments, okay, and the people of the countries. As long as we do that, remember, governments can easily be corrupted by ideology, by money, by weapons of war. So always keep that in mind. I try to always think about, am I talking about the government or the people of the country? Because frankly, I have no issue with the people of most countries. Now, I think some of the Iranian people the other day were maybe saying on TV that they don't like Americans very much. But even if they confronted me with hate, I would still, the people of the country, I would try to say I don't have any issue with you. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We reached the end of the day, but I'm absolutely exhausted, so I'm going to try to quickly do the comment read. No promises, but you all stayed up till 12:30 a.m. Eastern with me in the morning, so let's do it. Ruth Lang, Kitty Cat, Anthony Barton, Sun-Eyed Girl, oh, my dear friend, Kitty Cat was here, Filthy Rat Bastard. Who else was here? Hopefully it was, Harvard Yard was here earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, I bet they're still here. Kitty Cat again. It was great to see you. Murder by Maestro went to bed a lot earlier, but thank you for jumping over. Iris was here. Hello. I was a working towel today, ladies and gentlemen. I worked harder than I've ever worked. I care so much about this country. If there's anything that people will say, ladies and gentlemen, is that Towel loves his country. Marion Ninzio, I'm so sorry I missed you earlier. Love you, my dear friend. Linda A. was here. Oh, Rise Within. Marie Sweeney, it was great to see you. Oh, no, I'm so sorry to hear about your friend's brother. God bless him. My cat and I, it was great to see you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we had a night. God bless every single one of you that stayed to the end. I'd like to interview Candace Owens, or be interviewed by Candace Owens. I'd like to interview this professor. We have a lot to talk about, friends. But for now, let's do this, because we have a tradition on Towel Stream, right? Even on our biggest days. Kitty Cat, yes, the total stream time is 16 hours. So we didn't break our 15 or 18-hour record from the other day. So, yeah. I do think a little rest for Towel will be good. One of the biggest days of my career, but it's not about me. I'm concerned about this specific device in the field that may have been compromised, and we'll talk tomorrow about how all this ties into the Reed trial, and we'll analyze more about the document. We'll review it for the people who didn't tune in today, but for now, you know what I got to say. Thanks for supporting Towel Stream, each and every single one of you. Towel loves you all. Thank you for your comments, your questions. Being here with you means a lot to me, and Towel's extending each of you Super Towel hugs. Also, we're skipping right to the... we didn't skip anything. I did your comment read. I said thank you for supporting Towel Stream. And let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, if you felt camaraderie here, if you liked... Filthy Wrath Bastard, ask me that question tomorrow. We will talk about the devil horn symbolism. I just can't do it right now because I'm so tired I have to sleep. And today was a big day. But let me say this. If you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, if you felt camaraderie, you know exactly how I'm going to say you can pay it forward. Look for reasons to do small acts of service, ladies and gentlemen. Look for reasons to be kind and follow through on that kindness with small acts. Look for reasons to be a beacon of hope in a world defined by despair. Yes, it can be as simple as donating to homeless veterans, or donating to animal shelters run by veterans, or donating to animal shelters in general. Yes, maybe you say hi to someone on the street, smile at a friend, visit a family member you haven't seen in a while, talk to someone you wanted to catch up with. Maybe you donate 200 tomato plants and have them designated honorary towels like Francis Futrell did that one time. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it's possible that we can be the helpers. We can be that beacon of light in a world defined by despair, and thus shift the realpolitik of the world around us from one centered on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I believe a new digital epoch is possible with Aquarius the Water Bearer standing proud, carrying a towel, and expressing those shared principles of compassion and love. And on that note, my dear towel friends, I think it's possible because of you. I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity to be with you today, and I look forward to joining you again tomorrow morning. We'll see if we start between 9 and 11. Maybe let Towel get some rest, as he just that was a big series of days. It's 5 or 6 days, and I need to rest. My voice is tired. I'm tired. But I'm going to be with you tomorrow. I'll open the chat. If I don't open it now, I'll open it early in the morning, and I'll pick the start time for the stream, which will likely be sometime in the late morning. Harvard Yard still here. Respect still here. Kitty Cat. Oh, all of you. Super towel hugs. So with that, I'm going to end the towel stream on X first, as is tradition. Towel friends, God bless you so much over on the X. I appreciate you. It was a wild day. Towel loves you so much. We're about to hit the 16-hour mark over on the X. So I'll leave you with these words so we can hit that 16-hour mark. Thanks for being with me. It means so much to me that you are you. It means so much to me that you support this stream. I hope you spend the rest of your morning or late evening or early afternoon, wherever you are in the world, all 100+ countries. God bless you, and thank you for being with me today. I'll see you tomorrow. Join the chat, youtube.com/Akron Smith Ellis. Be safe. Be well. Towel loves you so much. Towel friends on the YouTube, Sun-Eyed Girl still here. You all get some great rest. We are going to talk to more in the morning. We'll recap all this. I got to sleep on it to put it all together. That's how Towel Brain processes this all. But you know how much being on Towel Stream means to me. You know how much all of you mean to me. And truly, apparently 45 gigs of data got sent to YouTube over these two streams. Every single moment of it, discovering this live, I got to decompress and reflect on everything that happened today. Murder by Maestro and so many Towel friends putting all that together. You're the most wonderful people in the world. Towel loves the UK, Ruth Lang. I'm an Anglophile. I spent time in Bath and in Oxford. Towel loves the UK. Super Towel friends, you've given me a lot of meaning in my life. This is one of those days where even though I'm exhausted, even though there's so much going on, I wanted to be with you all. That's what makes me feel connection to others. I hope you found that connection here, and I will continue to be around. God bless so many of you. Hold on, Kitty Cat. Why do I have to look? Oh, is it in, do I have to look in my DMs, or is there something on X you want me to see? You just let me know in the comments, Kitty Cat. I need to get some rest, but if you need to send me a DM, just drop your Twitter tag in here, and I will follow you. If it's a post you want me to see on X, just link it in the chat. But yes, I'm exhausted, Towel friends. I love you very much. I'm glad we got to spend this extra time together on the Towel YouTube. Towel loves you all very much. You mean the world to me. I'm extending you my Super Towel hugs. You all get some excellent sleep tonight. And please, we'll see each other bright and early, hopefully mid-morning tomorrow. And I'm going to keep an eye on what Kitty Cat wants me to take a look at. In the morning, I'll do it. God bless you all, Towel friends. Towel loves you. I'm going to bed. Be well. See you in the morning. Thank you, truly.